Get in trouble. It should be all ready to go.
Okay. Must be my mic.
Good morning. My name is Mallory Daniel, and I'll be covering today. I just wanted to ask, with it being a distance away, Brett usually covers these. I didn't know if you all will announce who's speaking before you speak, so I know which speaker it is I can assign.
All right, the first time, Mallory, or each time on the board?
Yes. If there's just someone that's repetitively speaking, but if it's a new speaker coming in, if you don't mind stating your name before you speak, that way I know who it is.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you so much.
All right. Board members, we all good? Staff, we all good? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the January 22nd Board of Zoning Adjustment. First of all, I'd like to thank all staff members who have prepared your cases for us to hear today. They work very, very hard to make it work for you guys. So thank you very much, staff, for doing that. And to my fellow board members around the table, thank you for your volunteerism. For those who don't know, this is an unpaid position. We serve at the pleasure of the mayor, but all of us have a lot of experience doing this. So we're very fair and just when we're hearing your cases. So thank you to all my board members for their volunteerism. All right, that being said, please give us the details on today's cases.
Oh, I don't have it open. One moment.
It's all right.
It does.
I'm sorry, this is Mallory, or the court reporter, and I was just going to ask who's speaking.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Mark Ebbets, Chairman.
So good morning, this is Sarah Copeland. I'll describe the procedures for our hybrid meeting today. First, for those who are joining us online, there are two categories of people who are participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in a case, please use the raise hand function when the chair calls the case to let staff know that you should be promoted to a panelist position. In the Zoom app, there is a ribbon at the bottom of your screen with a hand icon. Please click on this hand icon to raise your hand. You will then be promoted to panelist, and when that promotion happens, you will need to accept the promotion. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic, you will reconnect shortly. If you are joining us via the Zoom app on a smartphone or computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name. If you are calling in on a phone number, you cannot adjust your screen name. It appears as your phone number, but you can still provide testimony by raising your hand when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. At the time of promotion, you will need to turn on your camera and microphone so that the commission can see and hear you, so that you can be sworn in. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. For anyone joining us today in person, please approach the microphone on the podium when it is appropriate to give testimony. If you are in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well, and joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. All public testimony, whether it is in person or virtual, is subject to the following rules. The BZA secretary or their designated representative will identify you when it is time for you to speak. You must be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. Applicants will receive 15 minutes for their presentation. You will be given 2 minutes for testimony if you represent a single interest, such as yourself, or 5 minutes if you represent an established organization organization such as a neighborhood association. You will hear an alarm when your allotted time is over. Please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear the alarm. We ask that there be no repetitive or irrelevant testimony. If you wish to admit exhibits, you need to have your exhibits ready on a jump drive or ready to share your screen and email the exhibits if admitted to the assigned planner. The chat box online is only for questions about the agenda, and merits of each case should not be discussed in the chat box. The Board of Zoning Adjustment may take breaks during the day. There might be a break around 10:30 a.m., around 12:30, and around 3 p.m. if the meeting lasts past 2. Those are all of our procedures.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. Again, Mark Ebbets speaking. Before we start to review cases, I'd like to swear in all staff who will be presenting today or testifying. If you're online, please turn on your camera or microphone.
Sarah, are you?
Yeah, is everyone else online that needs to be?
I think that we have
Everybody
everybody
here?
here.
Do you, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Sarah Copeland, I do.
Anna Naniski, I do.
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Connor Tomlin, I do.
Alec Gustafson, I do.
James Duddy, I do.
Thank you, everyone. Sarah, I'm going to turn it over to you to identify the continuances and or dismissals today.
Yes, we have 3 continuances today. Number 3 is case CD SUP 2024-42. A request to approve a special use permit.
Is someone unmuted in here in this room?
Is it our court reporter, maybe?
No, shouldn't be. Approve a variance to the parking and loading standards to decrease the parking ratio requirements on the subject site, plus any other needed variances in an M1-5 zoning district on about 0.54 acres generally located at 2215 Southwest Boulevard. We request a continuance to February 12th. And then docket item number 8, CDBZA 2024-196, a request to appeal a zoning determination related to required parking on about 0.6 acres generally located at 2730 Holmes Street. We request continuance to February 12th.
Thank you. Board members, could I have a motion? First of all, are there any questions in the audience, virtual or live, on these continuances and or dismissals?
There are no hands raised online.
Board members, I'll entertain a motion.
I move we continue docket numbers 3, 4, and 8 to the February 12th hearing.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright. The motion was made by Ms. Mixdorf, court reporter. Please call the roll, Sarah.
Gorence,
Here, aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Those motions are acted upon. And Sarah, tell us about the first case.
Docket item number 1 is CD SUP 2024-37, a request to approve a special use permit for motor vehicle repairs general in a B3-2 zoning district on about 0.367 acres generally located at 6228 East Truman Road. Number 2 also.
I have, this is Alec Gustafson. I have 2 presentations separate, so we can call them both separately.
Alex Gustafson is the staff planner for this case.
Great. Who do we have in the audience? I don't see anyone standing up here.
Should be Brian Ruoff on the line.
Yes, I am promoting him to panelist. That's the only hand raised online.
Hey, Brian, do you have on your camera or microphone? Yeah.
Mr. Ruoff, would you?
There we go.
Thank you.
Now can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, there you go, Brian. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And please identify yourself again for the court reporter.
I'm Brian Ruoff, 3F30 Architects, 7505 Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway.
Great. Thank you, sir. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we'd like to admit to hear your case today. First of all, do you have any questions about those exhibits, and do we have your permission to admit those?
I'm assuming those are all in the staff report currently?
Yes, there's a number of them, and they're part of your staff report, zoning and development code, things like that.
So as long as there's nothing that's new over the last 2 months, I'm fine with that. So I
Yeah,
think
no,
yes.
I think we're good. So those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Alec on your case. Please tell us about it, sir.
Okay, let me pull it up and share it with you all. Okay, so good morning. I'm Alec Gustafson, Development Management Division, City Planning Department. This is docket item number 1, CD SUP 2024-37. This is a special use permit at 6228 East Truman Road. This site is located just west of the Independence border on Truman Road, north of Blue Valley Park. It is along East Truman Road, close to Belmont Avenue. This is an old image of the site. I do have some case distinction considering we have 2 cases back to back with the same properties. These are essentially going to be properties that have 2 special use permits, but they're being merged into one overall lot for one contiguous business use. CD SUP 2024-37, which we're hearing right now, is for motor vehicle repair general, which would be any vehicle repair activity other than any minor vehicle repair. So examples would be servicing of commercial vehicles or heavy equipment for body work, painting or major repairs to passenger vehicles. And then CD SUP 38, the next case we're going to hear, is for light equipment sales and rentals. Currently, they're split between 2 different properties, but they'll be joined in the end of this presentation and by lot consolidation, which has happened. So that was the reason we held it back last week or last time it was continued, because the lot combination was needed to be recorded, and it has been recorded. That was a condition upon approval last time. So we've met all the conditions. This is just a controlling a related case and permit. It was a complete building demolition, and I'll show you some images of what was demolished. This was a 2022 view. You can see the lighter building in the middle with the 2 windows and the sheet metal building. I believe those were the ones that were demolished with that building permit. And then this is the 2024 view from East Truman Road, what we see now. This is just another view of the automotive use. There were cars parked on the sidewalk. That was a condition of approval that planning staff put on this SUP, was that cars be removed and cleaned up and put into more order. And this is the proposed special use permit as we see it now. There's a building that is being proposed to be, there's already a building on the north side of the lot abutting the residential that is being expanded upon. It's a new detailing garage, and they're just keeping the maintaining the red existing sheet metal structure. They have proposed to enclose the dumpster along the east portion of the property, and there will be no cars parked along in this section of the business. This will strictly just be for repairs, motor vehicle repair general. So any repairs happen inside the shops, and none of the cars are stored outside in this section. This is just another view of the lot with the proposed detailing garage. It's just kind of a little closer for you to see. They're proposing some lighting along the main existing structure here, with one gate on the southeastern corner. This is their landscaping plan. One of our requirements for vehicular uses is that screening is that there's adequate screening. So they have proposed some shrubbery and some trees in that southeast corner next to the building. We feel this is adequate screening. And then these are their elevations, their building elevations. So their existing elevation for the south garage, and then the new garage is another sheet metal building, but it's being extended westward on that original existing elevation brick garage. Both of these will be for the detailing and repair work. The existing west elevation, or the existing elevations of the main building, the office building, propose some signage that is to comply with 88445, and some windows for transparency. And then here's the lighting plan that they provided. One of the other conditions in the original special use permit that has been since corrected was that they needed to provide the hours of operation for approval of the special use permit. They have done so. So for the general repair, they are operating from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, which would be compatible with the surrounding land uses along East Truman Road. The other specific review criteria and what we needed to make sure that they get done was that they combine the lots. There's currently 3 lots. If I go back and show you the aerial view from parcel viewer, it's consistent of 3 lots. We were requesting that they combine these. They have met all the specific review criteria that we are requiring, and the conditions are as stated in your staff report. So the City Plan Commission's recommendation was approval with conditions. Upon those conditions, that they combine the lots and that they provide hours of operation on their site plans for prior to the BZA, which they have done. So that is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Alec. And no one in the audience other than Brian is concerned on the case. Is that right?
There are no other hands raised.
Board members, any questions of staff? Go ahead.
Hi, Alex, this is Tom Gorant speaking. On picture number 3, looked like it was a salvage yard on the side of the building. Is that where the screen end's going to be, or are they going to put parts and wreck cars on that side?
They're going to be cleaning on the you mean on the east side of the building? Yes, they'll be cleaning that up. That's where we're saying that there are not allowed to be cars on that side of the building.
Okay.
So, there cannot be any stored vehicles in the motor vehicle repair general half of the special use permit. That's the side we were looking at. So they're cleaning that up.
Looked like a salvage or parts.
Yep. And then that's also why we have the screening.
Good. All right.
So-
Thanks.
This is Maggie Moran. Where will they park the vehicles then?
That's coming in the next special use permit that I give you.
Okay, so okay.
So
The
the-
vehicles that are waiting to be repaired are going to be on the other lot?
The vehicles that are ready to be sold, the vehicles that they're repairing will be in the motor vehicle general half of the lot, the east half. The west half is where they'll have the cars ready to be sold or ready to be taken into the general repair shop. So the west half has all the parking, the east half has no parking.
Okay, so anything they're going to repair is inside the building?
Yes.
All right, Brian, why should we approve your request?
Well, to give a little bit of a background, we've been working on this for many, many months, and a lot of the conditions are from staff. We had 2 neighborhood meetings with no real attendance. So the neighborhood concerns, I think, are minimal, and they're being addressed, through staff comments. The use on the east that we're talking about, the car repair, has been there for decades. So it's not something that's new. It's something we're trying to clean up and improve, but it's a use that's been, it's long term. most of this was triggered by the fact that he did get a demo permit and didn't realize that he couldn't do improvements to the lot after he demoed those properties. So he paved it and did some improvements. And so we're going backwards and trying to make sure everybody's doing things right. So there will be a building permit that will follow this to address basically what we're showing in the plans. But with no neighbor issues, and basically, in my opinion, an improvement overall for this property. And everybody on Truman Road has been very supportive of him. I've talked to a couple of his neighbors, and I've heard from some of the people that have businesses. Everybody's supportive of what's going on here on the Truman Road level. You know, I personally don't perceive any issues with going ahead with this, and I'd ask for you to go ahead and do that. It's been a long process getting to this point.
All right, thank you. Brian, there's a number of terms and conditions that were suggested by staff and the CPC. Do you have any objection to those conditions?
So the owner has been, we've been through these. I mean, we've had these conditions since, I think, since July. And so we've been through them, and he's agreed to all the conditions.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to clarify one thing. On the motor vehicle repair side, there will be cars out front, but there should not be junk cars. They should be cars that are coming and going for repair. That's the thought process that's on that piece of property.
All right. Board members, any other questions of Brian?
This is Maggie Moran. What does that mean out front? The cars that will be parked out front,
So we're showing landscaping where we can on that east piece of property. We have an existing gate. That's the existing gate. We're showing a new trash enclosure for a new formal trash enclosure for the entire piece of property inside that gate. That was a staff request. And then those cars that you see there, a lot of those cars have been there for a while. The intention is that any cars that are in that lot are going in and out for repair, and they're normal repair process. So in other words, if you're getting a vehicle fixed, you would drop it off for a day or so. It would go in and out, and then it would leave the premises. But it would be organized and more of a formal arrangement of vehicles there. And there are only so many can fit there anyway with what we've done as far as the trash enclosure and the landscaping. We're going to formalize that part. But that use has been there for, I don't know how many decades it's been like that. So we're trying to get this cleaned up.
so there'll be parking spaces to replace the random vehicles that it's showing now.
So what's there right now is broken. It's broken paving. It's more like a gravel. But I haven't shown any striping there, but it could be done. I mean, but that's the intention, and the discussion was to formalize the arrangement there, so it looks much better and it has a better presentation to the street. It's important to note that you can't see any of this I mean, we're sitting 9 or 10 feet higher than the neighborhood behind us. So we're worried about the presentation to the Truman Road side of things. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess. What is the neighborhood behind you? Is that residential?
Yes.
Yes, it's zoned R25. That's why we're requiring screening along the north side of the lot. And there's a fence, I believe, as well.
And Brian, you're kindly reminded to remind the owner from some of these satellite views, we see car parking on the sidewalk, and that is no longer permitted.
That's been clear.
Good. Board members, any other questions or comments or motion?
I'm still concerned, I'm sorry, I'm still concerned about all those cars that were parked on the side. Looked like they were being glued back together or, going to the shop and fixed.
May I ask who's speaking?
This is Tom Gorentz.
Thank you.
Sorry. Just concerned about that being an eyesore. people bypass Truman Road to go home, so, or the neighbors.
Brian, your comments on that, sir?
Well, I mean, at this point in time, you know, we've been on this for 10 months and I think staff's satisfied. We're trying to do some landscaping out front, which I think is the primary solution to all that. But, and we could potentially do more screening with the front fence. It just depends on the look you want. You know, do you want it to look like a opaque fence on Truman Road, or do you want it to be, you know, more visual? I think the statement that the effort's going to be made to clean that lot up, I think is a big statement. I mean, it's been that way for a long time. The owner understands that it needs to be, you know, way improved on that side of things. You can kind of look at his effort to the property on the west, which we're going to look at next, and see what his, you know, how he takes care of things. So the only thing I can say, you know, at this point in time is most of that is an effort to clean things up. It's not necessarily, it's a promise. It's not necessarily anything I can show on drawings.
When it does look like we have a 2-year period before it come back for renewal, essentially. So I'd give 2 years to see if that work is being done then, and then could assess from there.
I'm sorry, can I ask who's speaking?
Sorry, Randy Mixdorf.
A long, 2 years is a long time for it to be
Yeah.
like that. And I'd like to have a shorter time for just that side that looks like a cluster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the side that is the bigger mess is the next case, correct? The side we're talking about is the east side currently.
Yeah, this is the east side. The west side has more parking that they're
Retail.
that they're proposing. Yes, yeah.
But this is Maggie Moran, that they're gonna have to get a building permit on this.
For the garage, the extension on the detailing garage in the
So
north
at
half
that
of the lot.
point, will staff go out and check and make sure they're in compliance with all these conditions?
Yes, yeah.
That's some assurance.
Thank you, Maggie.
I need to add that we're also in this committed to some stormwater improvements too on this site. So there's quite a bit of money and effort being put into this site to improve it. And that requires permitting also. It's, you know, it goes through Public Works probably in the end, but all that would have to be done. So there's several little elements on this that are site improvements.
Thank you, Brian, for that testimony.
I can make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Moran.
This is Maggie Moran. On docket item number 1, case number 2024-37, I move that we grant the applicant's request for a special use permit with the 27 conditions that were recommended by the City Plan Commission and in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. So your project is approved, and let's go to the next one on the list. Sarah, do you want to announce it? Thank
Docket
you.
item number 2 is CD SUP 2024-38, a request to approve a special use permit for light equipment sales and rental outdoor in a B3-2 zoning district on about 1.194 acres, generally located at 6226 East Truman Road. Alec Gustafson is still the staff planner.
Great. Brian, anyone else besides Brian in the audience?
There are no other hands raised online.
Great. Brian, I'm going to swear you in on this case. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And again, I know your name, but you got to say it for the court reporter again. Thank you.
Brian Ruoff, 3F30 Architects.
Thank you, sir. Sir, on this case, like the previous one, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I'd like to admit for your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits, and may I admit them?
No questions and yes.
Okay, perfect. Those are admitted. Again, a presentation by Alec on your case. Okay.
All right, we have docket item number 2, CD SUP 2024-38. This is at 6226 East Truman Road, directly west of the property we were just looking at. This is the same location along East Truman Road. This is the part that had the two buildings, or the two lots that since are combined with the lot to the east. Again, the case distinction. This is the light equipment sales and rentals. This is sale, retail, wholesale of any on the premises of autos, non-commercial trucks, motorcycles, and trailers. And this will be an outdoor use. Again, this is a complete building demolition. This is the related case. This is what kind of triggered the need for the special use permit for the owner as he looked to demolish these buildings and fix up the site. This is the 2023 view of East Truman Road. The east half of the lot was the one that had the more dilapidated cars and a lot. It looked a little bit more disheveled. This side is has been consistently a little bit more organized, and we are requesting more landscaping along the East Truman Road, and we're requiring striping for more orderly parking. This is a 2024 view of the same lot. And this is just the distinction between the two separate special use permits. Again, just more distinction. And then here is the special use permit. This is the plan from the last one, but it's the same thing, just the other side is green. But they were proposing landscaping, striping, and this is a fairly straightforward use. It's just kind of auto sales, rental, and parking of these cars. And this is their lighting plan. It's compatible with all the specific review criteria. One of the things that we were requiring was the hours of operation be placed on the plans prior to the Board of Zoning Adjustment hearing. So the hours of operation will be 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., which is compatible with the surrounding uses along East Truman Road. We also required that the lots be combined just to keep things orderly and keep the parcels consistent. CPC recommended approval with conditions, and I can take any questions that you may have.
Looks much more organized, at least on this one. Thank you, Alec. Board members, any questions of staff? Brian, like the previous question, why should we approve this request, sir?
Because you like me? So like I alluded to, the owner was moving on this without understanding that he needed a permit to do a parking lot. And I'm not sure, Alec, you can maybe, somewhere back in the spring, almost a year ago, things were triggered where we started the process of trying to, go backwards a little bit and get him organized. And I've been working with him and staff, to try to get this kind of resolved. But as you can see, there's existing conditions, and we're trying to modify those to make everybody happy. And part of that is the city has requested an opaque fence on the back, it's on top of about an 8-foot tall retaining wall that was existing. We have the more expensive metal steel fence, the decorative fence on the back there that's 3 feet tall. I'm proposing that we're going to take that out, and we're going to put it around what we're proposing to be a stormwater, like it's going to be a lower part right behind the front fence to try to do the stormwater control system. Now, all this hasn't been final designed yet, but we're going to move that decorative fence to the front to match the fence that's there, and then we're proposing to put a wood stockade fence across the back. So on the back, you're going to be 14 feet or so above the grade below, which is also part of the problem with the landscaping on the north edge, is you only have 2 or 3 feet at the bottom of that wall. You have quite a bit of rock and riprap down there and that sort of thing. So all this has been worked through with a couple of neighbors who have been involved in the conversation and all this, and everybody's going to be happy with this in the end, I think. But the real effort is to move fences around, try to do some stormwater control in addition to what's already there. I think most of the rest of this landscaping, fence, and the retention pond that I'm suggesting is the new part. The rest of it, I think you can see from the pictures, is existing. And I think that is the information that is needed in this conversation.
Thank you, Brian. Questions of the applicant, anybody?
This is Randy Mixdorf. You said you were working with neighbors, and you said there's basically a 14-foot tall retaining wall plus fence in at the north side of your property. So the neighbors that are directly behind that, they don't have any qualms with that height differential in their backyard?
So it's about an 8-foot retaining wall, and then we'll put a 6-foot fence on top of that. So basically, when you're in there, I've been down below there trying to figure out how to plant plants and work around that. But what you see from their house actually slopes. It slopes. Their houses are actually even lower than that by the time you get to their house, because the lot kind of slopes away. So what they see is, at this point in time, they see the front of the vehicles that are parked up, facing to the north. You can't really see anything on the street level at all. So there's an angle there already. And these trees, the trees that we're showing in my landscape plan, these are huge, fully grown trees, but their age is the point where they're higher, so you see under them. So we're proposing the fence to create that lower screen that's along that edge. In reality, probably a 3-foot opaque fence would hide everything. But we're suggesting a 6-foot fence across there. That would go from the corner, the northwest corner, all the way over to the proposed new detail building. And that's kind of difficult to do because we have hard surface everywhere. So that's going to be a difficult fence to put in, but that's what we're planning on doing. Neighbors, he has a relationship. He's known the neighbors to the north for quite a while. And she missed the first meeting, but we talked to her independently on another phone call. And she's just worried about, she's worried about water. Water does come down that hill, and we're going to remedy that with what we're doing on the site with the stormwater. So she's happy with that solution. There's some neighbors that aren't directly behind us that are commenting, and they're fine with the project, and all the businesses on Truman Road have been positive about this. So,
right. Thank you.
This is Maggie Moran. Was the 6-foot fence a staff request or no?
We just
Yeah.
required landscaping along that and potentially a fence. We didn't necessarily give a height.
I mean, if the 3-foot fence would hide everything, why would you want to put a 6-foot wooden fence up there? Sounds excessive to me, but it's hard to picture it. So we don't have pictures of that part of the property.
that all goes back to ordinance, 6-foot fence, landscaping. And landscaping is very, very difficult on that side of the property. And we have a lot of really full-grown trees there. And we have a decorative fence now. He has a 3-foot decorative fence running across there now, but it's not opaque. So I'm open to whatever is a creative solution that makes everybody happy.
Whatever staff thinks. I'm just picturing this gargantuan retaining wall and giant fence on top of it,
But I think they can, if it's the back of their property, they can do 6-foot regardless by code.
they can.
right?
It
Yeah.
just
Could be good for security too.
14 foot.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So I can tell you from experience on other projects, a lot of times, we create these high backs to shield and shelter, the residents, and sometimes they like it because it helps with sound and privacy. But sometimes they don't like it. So it's one of those situations where I'm not sure everybody would agree on the height of that fence as far as what's best. But from a shielding standpoint, 3 feet will hide pretty much everything that's going on right from, it will shield everything.
well, I guess that's up to them, right? Or is that
Yes.
part of this plan?
That would be essentially up to them. on
Okay.
that.
So if they want to put a 3-foot, they can put a.
The
Okay.
condition just says a fence?
Yeah.
Okay.
The fence was, the condition for the fence and the landscaping was to provide screening from the residents so they don't have to see into the lot, and also for noise. Whatever would work better for noise would.
All right, board members, any other questions or motions or comments?
This is Maggie Moran, and docket item number 2, case number 2024-38. I move that we grant the applicant's request for a special use permit with 25 conditions recommended by the City Plan Commission in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorence. Sarah, please call the roll.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, Brian. Good luck with it. Thank you for coming before us today.
Thank you, everybody.
Sarah, go ahead with case number 5 or docket 5.
Docket item number 5 is CD BZA 2024-192, a request to approve a variance to the lot and building standards to permit a larger floor area ratio, plus any other needed variances in a B1-1 zoning district on about 0.07 acres, generally located at 1700 Jefferson Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner. If you are the applicant or a citizen interested in this case, please
Come up.
come up or raise your hand online to be sworn in. There are no hands raised online.
Okay. Janet and Ryan, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Put your microphones down. Sorry, I can see. Here we go. There you go.
Ryan Breitenbach, and I do.
Thank you.
Janet Breitenbach, I do.
Perfect. Thank you. Who's speaking on the case? Doesn't matter. Is it you? Okay, that's good. Sometimes there's a lead. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do you have any questions on those?
Excuse me, there's 10 as of yesterday.
Sorry, I didn't see that. 10. There are 10 exhibits. Do you have any questions about those exhibits?
Pretty much everything you've submitted.
Oh,
So, yeah.
No questions.
Yeah, those are pretty standard, Brian and
great.
Janet. So,
Okay.
so pretty. Do we have your permission to admit those? Ryan or Janet?
Yes.
Okay, great. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Miss Stephanie to your left. Stephanie, tell us about the case.
All right. So, sorry, my flash drive is freaking out right now. But we got docket item number 5, CDBCA 2024-00192, located on 1700 Jefferson Street, zoned B1-1. And the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the permitted floor area ratio on the subject site to build a mixed-use house with an artist workspace / gallery. So the subject site is located here in the West Side neighborhood. So highlighted in yellow is the site. So the actual site is this, the right-hand side. It used to be one lot, and then it was split probably about 3 years ago. And this is just what each floor will look like. So this is the ground floor with the garage. We got the first floor, second and third floor. So this will be a total of a 4-story building. And these are the elevations. All right, so we got 2 variance requests today. So your staff report, the numbers on the staff report are going to be different than my presentation because the applicants reduced the size of their building and sent it yesterday. So I update the presentation to reflect that. So the first variance is a variance of 0.66 floor area ratio to the B1-1 lot and building standards to permit a floor area ratio of 2.06 on the subject site. So this is a 47% increase, and the requirement is 1.4. A character to change of the neighborhood is anticipated since the nearby buildings don't seem to exceed this required FAR. So the lot itself is small and it does not allow much room to build a mixed-use building without the need of a variance, but it is a 4-story building, so a change in design could help reduce the variance ask. And then just want to reiterate the applicants did reduce it. I think the original was a 2.34, so it has been reduced by a bit. And the variance request B is a variance of 4 feet to the B1-1 lot and building standards. And this number, I revised it yesterday, so it went down from 5 to 4. But it's a B1-1 lot and building standards to permit a height of 39 feet on the subject site. This is an 11% increase. The requirement is 35 feet. Change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated since the nearby buildings seem to have a similar height to the proposed building, but the difficulty could be obviated through a change in design. And that concludes my presentation.
All right. Thank you, Stephanie. Any questions of Ms. Solderi? Board members?
I have one question,
Yes.
Randy Mixdorf. So if they were one full lot,
Mhm.
would we still have the FAR issue?
No, the full lot should be enough to accommodate this far.
This is Maggie Moran. I'm still a little unclear on the use. It says there's two, this is going to be a duplex and
No,
Yes.
it's a mixed use building, one family and their workspace, but I'll have the property owners expand on that.
okay, because the staff report talks about two residential use or units. So-
Yeah, 2 units, which I believe is allowed with the space. And so then if we're going to build the 2 units that are allowed because of how the lot was cut off by who sold it to us, there's not a lot of room because once we even put the garage and cars enough for the unit, it kind of takes up most of the space. So
So you're going to build two residential units, but one of them is going to be used for a studio. Okay,
yeah,
I got
exactly.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Either Janet or Ryan, why should we approve your request today?
Well, one of the reasons is a little bit of what I just said, which is unfortunately, when we bought the lot, we thought there would be more room to actually build what was already allowable in that spot, being that it's both commercially and residentially zoned. Once we got into it and we started working with an architect initially and we started to draw out some plans, we realized that it was a lot smaller than we expected. We really love the West Side community and we've gotten to know a lot of the neighbors and business owners, and we currently live there in a rental unit nearby. We really want to contribute to the area. We kind of realize how special it is, and we really want to build something that's going to add to the neighborhood, and which we think we have a few support letters notarized as well from neighbors and business owners, and we would really love to be able to contribute in that way. Is there anything you want to add?
If you'd like to admit those, you can bring them up and then I'll
Okay.
take a quick peek at them. They're all notarized, right?
Yes, they're all notarized to you.
Yeah, to me.
Okay.
Exhibit number
11.
And just for summary, 2 of them are the neighbors directly to our left and to our right, one on the commercial side, one on the residential side, because it's on the corner. And 2 of them are business owners who not only have businesses on the same street, but also have homes in the neighborhood. So they live and work in the neighborhood. Adam Jones, Stacy Tucker, Megan Dumas, and Noah Manos, who owns the XO next to us.
Okay. Those will be admitted, exhibit number 11, and you want to pass those down, Randy? And Any other residences, you're at 39 feet, so 4 feet above the normal. Any other residences nearby that would be about that tall?
We believe they all are down the Jefferson side, but it is a bit of a guess at this point, and we actually didn't realize our plans were over the 35 feet. I think upon analysis is when it came out, when that's the second variance request came up, we just thought we were asking for a square footage. So
Right.
we totally could design the height down. That was the more of the concern.
Gonna let the board members kind of look at these approval letters. Where's Miss Duma's residence?
Directly, I don't know if you have the, to the, which way is north?
She's on Jefferson.
This way.
Yeah.
She's on Jefferson.
Let me
Yeah.
look at this stuff.
This one.
Yeah. Yep, that one right there. So she would be sharing the wall.
Stephanie, share your screen.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Thank you.
Yep.
There you go.
Oh, it's this one right here.
So right next door to you.
Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Sorry. Any neighbor opposition? You have support, obviously.
Not that we've
None that
heard
we
of,
know of.
and we've had
Okay.
the sign up at the time requested.
There's the list.
This is Maggie Moran. Stephanie, you said the height was compatible with other buildings in the area.
Yeah, so I can't say for sure, but it did seem that these buildings were also about the height, at least like in the 30-foot range.
Board members, any other questions or comments for the applicants? And Ryan?
I walk this area quite a bit, so I'm very familiar with this block that you're talking about. So
Yeah.
I think based on Stephanie's assessment that this wouldn't seem out of place in terms of the height. There are some very large homes in there. There's a newer modern home across the street, and there's other kind of development up in that corner there.
Yeah.
So I would offer a motion.
Thank you. Ms. Mixdorf?
In case number 192, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Can you, with modifications,
With
please?
the
That's
yeah,
a 2.06 FFR.
variance A of 0.66, or is it 2.06?
The total will
2.06.
be 2.06. Yeah.
So variance A at 2.06, and then variance B at 4 foot, so to allow a 39-foot total height.
I have a motion from Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran. Please call the roll, Sarah.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it. Thanks for
Thank
coming
you.
before us.
Thank you.
Sure.
Goat Hill.
Yes, see you at Goat Hill. Bye.
Yes.
Sound like they'll be good neighbors.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Docket item number 6, CDBZA 2024-202, a request to approve a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a parking pad in the front yard, plus any other needed variances in an R5 zoning district on about 0.1 acres generally located at 4132 Harrison Street. Anyone who wishes to speak on this case, please approach the microphone to be sworn in or raise your hand online.
I need a second here to catch up. Sorry. Be right there. Thank you. Almost. Thank you. All right. And raise your right hand. Any other one in the audience?
No hands raised online.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do. This is Deanna Basilovac, the owner.
Thank you, Deanna.
I do. Jim Sullivan, Sullivan Palmer Architects.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. There's a list of who's speaking on the case today?
I am.
Thank you, Diane.
I will as well.
Okay, perfect. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that do you have any questions on those? And do we have your permission to admit those to hear your case?
Yes.
Great, those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Stephanie on your left. Stephanie, tell us about the case.
Okay, we got docket item number 6, CDBCA 2024-202, located on 4132 Harrison Street, zoned R-5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a parking spot in the front yard, and a variance to the infill lot and building standards to permit a smaller rear setback for an attached garage, plus any other needed variances. All right, so the subject site is located just down here in Hyde Park area. And highlighted in yellow is the subject site. And these are just pictures of the front of the house and the existing driveway. And so this is the site plan. So we got a new parking stall here in the front yard next to the driveway. And then this box here is the addition for the new 2-car garage, and then the driveway will be extended. These are the elevations, and in the green box is the garage addition. So everything here is existing. All right, so our first variance is a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a parking pad in the front yard on the subject site. So this is considered a complete deviation as they need to be set back 20 feet. And then a change to the neighborhood is anticipated since this lot is narrow. Adding this parking spot will cause most of the front yard to be impervious surface. The proposed parking spot can be removed and cars can park behind the home where there's more room for guests. The house can be accessed from the rear yard. And then these are the pictures provided by Deanne of the car going through the driveway. And then variance request B is a variance of 15% to the residential vehicular standards to permit an 85% of impervious surface in the front yard on the subject site. So this is a 113% increase. The requirement is 40% of the total area of the front yard. So again, this does change the character of the neighborhood because the lot is narrow, and adding more impervious coverage will reduce the amount of green space in the neighborhood. This 40% limit is meant to, one, keep the aesthetic, but also reduce stormwater runoff. And then again, the proposed parking spot can be removed and the cars can park behind the home. And then this is a diagram. So everything in green is the existing green space. The dotted gray is the existing impervious surface, and the solid gray in the dotted line is the proposed parking spot. As of now, that spot is grass.
So Stephanie, just to
Yes.
clarify, that is just the front yard diagram.
Yes, this is only the front yard. Yes, so everything in front of this red line is what is considered the front yard per zoning. Variance request C, there are 4 total, so we're almost done, is a variance of 7.69 feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a rear setback of 22.31 feet on the subject site. The requirement is 30 feet. So a change to a character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The other houses on the same block phase or same side of the street seem to meet this setback requirement. Can a difficulty be obviated? So the garage could be reduced to a one-car garage with an open parking space next to it to meet the required setback and accommodate that second vehicle. However, the rear loaded garage does meet the infill ordinance preference to have them be rear or side loaded instead of front loading. And then this is the setback. Sorry if it's a bit hard to see, but it's just a little over the 22 feet. And then our last variance is a variance of 3.5 inches to the infill lot and building standards to permit a side setback of 3.10 feet on the subject site. So the requirement is 3.4 feet. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. So all the lots in this neighborhood are quite narrow. So it is common to have small side setbacks. But the proposed side setback could be changed to meet the house's existing setback, which would meet code. So this is the existing setback for the house, and this is the proposed. So there is a bit of a bump out. And then to add, so this is located within the South Hyde Park Historic District. So zoning and historic standards are separate and voted on differently. The proposed parking pad and the garage addition must be reviewed and approved by the Historic Preservation Commission to proceed, despite how the board votes today. And if the variances are approved, the BCA should add a condition for the property owner to seek HPC approval prior to applying for building permits. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Stephanie. Anyone have questions of staff on this?
I had one question. This is Randy McStorff. Is there, I think other cases, sometimes they go before HPC before
Mhm.
they come to us.
Yeah.
Is there a reason this one did not?
I think Deanne and her architect were not aware. I did let them know, but there's not a certain order it needs
Okay,
to go by.
perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying.
So either way works.
Usually we have our Hyde Park guy here, and he's not
This is
online,
Dee-
right?
This is Deanna. Is Chris told me he would be here today. Is he not here?
We are going faster through the agenda.
Yes. So sometimes he speaks for the Hyde Park Homes Association board, and I'll have you testify to that if you've spoken with him personally about it. All right. Any other questions? Oh, I've got a question here. So the one picture that you showed with the blue car in the driveway,
This one
yeah, that
or the other one.
Oh yeah, that's right. Never mind. Go ahead. No, we're good. So I'll come to that in a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Why don't you tell us why we should approve your request today? Thank you.
Thank you. This is Deanna Basilovac. So the short answer is for hardship, but the longer reason is because when I purchased the property, I recognized that I'd have to do some improvements to it. In the back area that Stephanie was explaining, it's a house that was flipped, and there are supposed to be 4 poles in the back holding up the sleeping porch, and now there are only 3. And so that area has slanted to the point where it's unsafe for us to walk. All those windows are caulked and painted shut. And then on the bottom floor, there's an insulation issue where I've already had to hire someone to come and remove animals. And in fact, as I'm speaking today, the pipes are frozen. So I knew that that would have to be remedied. And so that brought me to an architect, Jim, who's sitting here to my right. And I said, well, if we're going to start thinking about how we need to modify this house, we need to think of everyone. And so that brought us to the front where my mom is having a difficult time parking. For accessibility reasons, she's not able to park in the front and then open her car doors. The picture of the car that you saw is actually mine, and my car is smaller than my mom, so she has difficulty accessing that. And so we've included that as well. But I'm lucky that for my neighbors, we've had several block parties. The land has been surveyed, so they've seen the stakes and asked me about all these additions. And so they've been actually quite happy to know about this deck that's on top of the garage, where we'll have, greenery and all that to improve the aesthetic greenery of the land. So I think I've answered all those questions for why, but I don't know if you have anything else you wanted to add, Jim.
Hi, Jim Sullivan, Sullivan Palmer Architects. I just wanted to kind of fill in some of the things that I've been thinking about. First of all, I see really 4 hardships here on this property. Number one, it's a 34-foot wide lot. It's very narrow. Obviously it's in the old Hyde Park area, the sort of the ADA condition or a handicap condition or the ability for someone to come and park their car really anywhere and get up to the house is very difficult. So we're dealing with that. There's a 7.8-foot opening between their house and a retaining wall that you have to manage to get back into the rear of the house. And I think they have become sort of stunt drivers in a way at managing that, getting there forward. And also you must realize that they have to back up and go down their driveway. It's nearly impossible. And obviously once you're in the driveway, you can't open your door to get out unless you go to the very far end of the rear end of the property. So, it's difficult. The other item, there is a grade from the street. There's a number of different steps and such that one would have to manage. The street, just in going there for the meetings that I have, it's very difficult to park on the street because it's crowded. There's a lot of folks that park on the street. I think, I'm not sure about other neighbors, but these old garages that are back in the back as freestanding structures get a little creaky and old and tend to fall down at this point. It's difficult to park your car there. They're probably not even big enough to park a car inside, so the street becomes your area to park. And it is difficult. If there was an alley there, it might mitigate that because we could actually drive down the alley and, park in the rear of the lot if we had that opportunity, but we don't in this case. So really those items are sort of the hardship that we're dealing with. Deanne wanted to add a garage in the back, and with this narrow lot, it's such that instead of maybe a 20-foot by 20-foot garage, we have a 30-foot wide garage, which allows the appropriate turning radius to actually get into a garage with 2 cars. And to turn, actually, before you leave the garage, you've already got to be turning to get out because there's only a 10-foot section of pavement outside of the garage in order to make that turn so that you can drive forward down the driveway again when you're leaving. So that's one of the things that we're dealing with. We haven't created a lot of these hardships, but we are dealing with them. The impervious surface, I know that even you know, before we added or wanted to add the parking stall, and it's really just kind of a widened driveway is what we're adding. I mean, it's a 17-foot wide driveway, which is fairly normal in some parts of town, or more. And so that's what we're doing. And the impervious on the front yard is pretty high to begin with, just because it's a narrow lot. We've got a driveway, we've got a walkway, we have a walkway that goes down to the side of the property, and some retaining walls. So, you know, it's difficult even without the extra parking stall. On the rear setback, I wanted you to notice a few things about the garage. Number one, it has a flat roof. We're trying to mitigate the appearance and the, you know, the impact of that garage. There's about a 10-foot grade difference between the property to the west and our property, so that when you're in the house to the west, you're very much looking over the garage. And with a flat roof, and Deanne wants to plant some growies and things like that up on the roof, so it's going to be sort of buffered by that. So we figured that it's really going to have very little impact on some of the neighbors. Regarding the side setback, really, you know, I think that's a matter of maybe a small adjustment to the plan, if that's a problem. We'd like to get a 10-foot driveway outside of the garage for turning, but if we need to, you know, if it becomes an issue, then we'll make an adjustment. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you, Jim Sullivan. Thank you.
This is Deanna. I just have one more thing to say. Jim reminded me that the current garage is falling down. So, yeah, that's an important point.
Yes, with only 3 poles holding it up, as I recall you saying. Or...
No, that's on the house. So we have several issues.
Stephanie, on the parking space in front, it looks like it's an existing driveway as it is. So we're just kind of approving that parking space that's kind of existing.
It's expanding it.
Yeah, so this is the
Making it bigger.
Okay.
yeah, this is the existing driveway. Yeah, I can share my screen. Sorry. There we go. Okay, so this is the existing driveway,
Yes.
which is, like they said, about 7.5 feet at least. And then the parking stall is being added on the front yard.
Okay,
So
I
there's
see
no
now.
pavement there as of now.
Miss Diane, do other people have a parking space in the front yard on that block on Harrison?
They actually do. That's the reason I'm a walker. And so when we first started talking about how to improve the property, I noticed that's actually how I got the idea. So I presented that as an option.
And we've asked this before to other people, any neighborhood comment, plus or minus, good or bad?
Good, actually. Like I said, there have been 2 block parties since then.
There is one neighbor that sent in a notarized letter that was in opposition, but that's all I've heard.
Was that in support or opposition? Did I hear you say?
Opposition.
And that was not attached to the staff report. I didn't see
No,
that.
because they sent it after the staff report was
Got it.
submitted.
Okay.
So
It's encompassed then?
yes, should be Exhibit 10.
That exhibit will be admitted. It's a notarized statement, right? Is it
Yes.
notarized? Okay.
No, it was uploaded to the Compass KC case. Yeah.
Emerson Hayes speaking. Would the curb cut need to be expanded, and is there any variance required on that?
No, it looks like it's just gonna use the existing curb cut and kind of go in and at an angle.
I'm only one board member. I'm less concerned with variances C and D with the rear setback. I like the idea of using the rear for the garage instead of having that front-facing garage. I do think it is a very tight site, so I can see why you might need for variance D those additional few inches just to have that maneuverability. But variances A and B, I understand the desire to have easier parking, but if you're already building a garage that gives you 2 parking spaces, I'm hesitant to provide more pavement in the front yard. It already looks like there is adequate paving there for somebody to park a car. Obviously, you cannot access the garage if somebody is parked in that front space. But I don't like the idea of having more impervious surface and reducing that green space since it is already so narrow and we essentially lose all green space along the street.
Your comments, Diane, to that?
Yes, so this is Deanna Basilovac. I did speak with Chris, Coach, and I guess he's still not online, but he had mentioned that that might be a concern. So to create some sort of grass area for that parking stall, so that it's not necessarily cement, but that it's a place to park, but not covered by cement.
And I guess for city staff, that's not an allowable parking.
No, it can't
Correct.
be grass. Yeah.
It have to be some
So,
other permeable surface.
yeah.
Like a strip, if I'm understanding correctly. He's an architect, if I understand.
see
So
what-
that's,
Are you saying like 2 ribbons and then for the tires in the middle is grass? Okay, I see. That would be allowed because that we see that a lot in infill areas where it's, yeah.
Could we see the picture of the house again? Do we have any pictures of the other properties that might have a similar parking spot in the front yard?
actually, when I first wrote to the city, they asked me to submit pictures way back whenever that was. And so I did submit the pictures to my,
Yeah,
those neighbors.
there are more pictures on the staff report. I just couldn't fit them all in the presentation, so I just did of the house.
But there aren't any of the neighboring properties. If that's your question, Maggie.
There aren't any of them.
Not in the staff report.
Do you want me to? I can try to pull it up on Google Maps.
Okay, yeah, I'm just curious what the conditions are surrounding it. And so this expansion would take up everything up to the stairs.
Mhm.
And would there still be green space left on the other side of the stairs?
Yeah, just a little. This is my little diagram. This and pretty much the other side of the yard.
This is Deanna, and basically there's a wall, a retaining wall there now, and it's just moving the wall over. So I don't know if that helps you visualize the property better.
You still want me to look it up on Google Street View?
If you wouldn't mind, I think that'd be valuable. I also walk this area often, not frequently enough to know where there are parking pads, but I don't recall that being a common occurrence in the neighborhood. I feel like there are a lot of people that are parking on the street or just have the driveway. So to have the full driveway plus a garage and then do a parking pad seems like a lot.
This is Deanna again. I would not call it common. No,
Yeah, okay.
It's a 2-car garage or a single car?
this is Deanna, 2-car.
Okay.
Chairman, we need to admit the
Yes, it will admit thank you. That'll be exhibit number
11.
11.
And then Stephanie, if you need to share your screen.
Oh, it's not. I am
I see the
sharing, but I
PowerPoint.
guess,
Yep.
yeah.
Jim
Mhm.
Sullivan, I just wanted to note that there's a precast paver out there with kind of a diagonal openings, kind of a grid openings that is used with permeable type situations that we could introduce.
Which, do you know
The
which
grass
house?
can grow through it.
Or Stephanie, even if you can just get on street in front of that house just to kind of see the immediate context.
Okay. Here's the house. Sorry, this is the house. And this looks like it's from 2011. And Google has not updated.
Now it says see more dates.
Deanna and Jim, I'm more concerned about the front pad parking space. That's my concern. I hear other people saying the same thing. If the garage in the back, with the variances needed there, do not affect me as much as because the lot is narrow to begin with, as you know, and then to take up more of that lot with a parking stall, it just seems a little bit much for me. Or at least I'm just one board member, so I want you to. But the 2-car garage in back with those variances, and plus you're going to do some garage roof greenery, I think the neighbors will love that as well. So that's just my concern.
So this is Maggie Moran. Did the neighborhood association take a position on this?
They, because it's an accessibility issue, they did not want to approve or deny. That was he asked me if that would be okay with me, and I said, that's fine with me. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this, and thank you all, by the way, for volunteering and hearing this situation. I said, I have to rely on your knowledge and what you think is best. I know what we're proposing and what we feel is the ideal situation, but again, you have the context of the neighborhood and architecture and all of that. So again, he did not approve or deny because of the accessibility issue.
Yeah, for me, it's the loss of the green space. And could you elaborate your Mr. Architect?
Jim Sullivan.
Yes.
Jim Sullivan. Could you elaborate on what you just said? You think there's a way to have a parking spot that has green space?
Yes, there are fire lanes and that sort of situations where they want it to look green, but yet to provide the support that it would need for a fire truck and that sort of thing. And so they've developed some different systems for that. One is a kind of a round PVC, kind of a short pipe that's used, and it's in a grid, and you can drive a fire truck on it. There's another one that is a precast, like a precast paver, and it's divided out into a diagonal grid, and there are openings in each, section, where probably 50% of it is open, and you can have grass or other, green growing through it.
And are any of those allowed by city code for a driveway or for a parking spot?
Jim? Please.
88-4-2012 states that it must be concrete, asphalt, or pavers. Ribbon driveway is allowed, but variance can be made to those requirements.
To allow this alternative?
Yes.
That sounds like a good.
One caveat is also the ability to keep the greenery alive in that type of pavement.
Right,
It
yeah,
often
somebody's
dies
parking
and
on
then
it.
just becomes sand and gravel adjacent to the paver itself.
Jim Sullivan, I think Deanne's intent in that is sort of guest parking, that it wouldn't be used very often. They have a 2-car garage, or they would hopefully have a 2-car garage. And so I think that would be manageable. They'd have to cut that parking stall's grass just like they would the rest of the grass in the yard.
I think, again, I'm just one board member, but again, if it's just a guest parking, I think that's a big permanent change to the paving, the whole paving along that way for something that maybe is not used all of the time.
You hear the board's concern about this parking stall, by the way?
I do. I
Okay.
do. Absolutely. And like I said, it was in walking that I noticed that was a possibility.
I had a question. Your garage in the back, is it accessible from the garage into the house from the back?
It will be.
May I ask who that was speaking, please?
Maisha, right?
Thank you.
And Deanna responded.
For me, that was my concern. I do hear the ADA issue, and I was at the point where the front parking is needed because she mentioned her mom. But if the garage has accessibility into the home from the back, then I think that that front variance, I would be in agreement. That is, it'll be a bit much.
And I noticed when we saw the Google images, we saw, although that's 2011, I did notice some cars that were parked in a driveway. Just maybe they're using that as an additional parking spot as well. So without the expansion, of course. So, all right.
I'd offer a motion.
Go ahead, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 202, I move that we deny variances A and B and grant variances C and D in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Sorry, 1 minute.
It's okay, sir. It's all good. Mixdorf and Wright.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
We forgot to include for them to go before HPC. So could I have
Can I
you
modify
amend
my
that?
motion?
Yeah, please modify that to correct the
So in
Historic Preservation
Thank you
Commission.
for that. I even put a note. I forgot to include it. So in case number 202, I move that we deny variances A and B and grant variances C and D in accordance with site plan and staff report with the condition to receive HPC approval before applying for the building permit.
Now I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I have
Oops.
one question. Is that required for the rear?
Yeah, so in a historical designated district, any new addition, whether it's flat or tall, has to go before the HPC.
Okay, I thought it was only for things visible from the street.
No, I did talk to the HPC group just to double check, but yeah, any rear additions, front, side, and driveways have to be
Okay.
also go in front of them.
So we have a motion by Ms. Mixdorf,
Second.
second by Ms. Wright. Please call the roll.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project, subject to those conditions, is approved. Thank you very much for coming before us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next case.
Okay. Docket item number 7 is CD BZA 2024-180, a request to appeal a zoning determination related to a window sign on about 0.2 acres generally located at 500 Delaware Street. Anna Nanoski is the staff planner on this case. We have
Oh my
one
God.
hand raised online. You would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand or approach the microphone at the podium. I'm promoting Lance and Lisa DeForest.
You see anyone else out there? Nope.
That's the only hand raised.
So was it Lance and Lisa?
Lance and Lisa DeForest.
Can you turn on your microphone and camera, Lance and Lisa? Are they there? Jet?
They've been promoted.
Okay, great. All right, Lance and Lisa, can you turn on your cameras and microphone to be sworn in? I don't hear you yet.
You hear me now?
Ah, perfect. There you go.
Okay.
Is your camera on? Do you have a camera, sir?
I'm working on it.
Okay, we'll give you a second.
We may just have to go with video or with audio.
All right. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today, sir? And
I
Lance,
do.
please state your names for the court reporter.
Lance DeForest.
And is someone with you?
No, Lisa's not here right now.
So Lance DeForest. Sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits. Oops.
Can you ask them how they're associated with the case? Because that's not the applicant that I know on Compass KC.
Okay. Lance, what's your connection with the applicant?
I own one of the loft apartments located in that building.
Are you, so we show the owner as the old Board of Trade Lofts, and we have
Yes,
the
I bought one of
applicant.
the loft. I bought a loft from them.
So, but you're not the owner or the applicant, the Hub Smoke Shop.
No.
Appellant.
Say it again.
No, we're the pelham. I'm sorry, my wife just joined me. She's gonna try to get the camera working here.
Okay.
I don't see any place that, I do Zoom all the time, but I see that you're in control of the camera. Is that true?
No.
No. So help me out here. Why are you here to support or oppose?
Oppose.
To oppose.
Okay, we need the applicant.
So there are no other hands raised online? And I don't see anybody by these names.
So Lance and Lisa, we need the applicant first before we can hear your testimony, just to let you
Okay.
know. So
Would you like us to go to the next case and see if we can?
I think Anna's going to see if she can locate that. So we're going to pause docket number 7 for at 500 Delaware, and our next case would be docket number 9.
So, Mr. and Mrs. DeForest, we're going to put you back as attendees and move on, and we may come back to this case if we can find the applicant.
All right, thank you.
Get your camera working too.
Working on it here, sir.
All right.
Okay, just 2 minutes for us
Two.
to.
Well, do
Wait.
we want to take a break?
Yeah, we're going to take a break. I
Okay.
didn't notice the time. You okay?
Okay, a break.
Good.
That sounds great.
15-minute break. We'll be back at
10:50.
10:50. Thank you.
Let me go on a break.
Deborah, ready? You want to hit it? Good afternoon or good morning still after our morning break. Are we on docket number 9?
We're on number 9, case CD BZA 2024-198, a request to approve a variance in an R 2.5 zoning district to permit gravel on a residential lot, plus any additional variances on about 0.18 acres generally located at 2315 College Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner on this case. Anyone who would like to speak to this case, please raise your hand or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
Okay. You see anyone in the audience, Sarah?
No
Other
hands
than,
raised online.
looks like we have James and Deborah. Hi. We're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If you do, say I do and your name. Your name for the court reporter?
James Swift.
Thank you. And Deborah, you need to speak in the microphone. Thank you so much. Just drag it on over. There you go. And one more time, Deborah.
Deborah Swift.
I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do you have any questions about those exhibits or do we have your permission to admit them?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so no questions and they're admitted. One of those is a presentation to the gentleman on your left, Connor Tomlin. He's going to tell us about your case today.
All right, today we have docket item 9, CD BZA 2024-198 at 2315 College Avenue. This is an R-2.5 zoning district. The request is a variance to the parking and loading standards in a residential district to permit gravel on the subject site. This is the general location of the site. Closer look at the site itself outlined in yellow. This was the site plan that was proposed. You'll see that 21 by 22 outline in red there. That's just the shed. That's not part of the variance request. Again, the variance is a variance to the parking and loading standards in residential districts to permit gravel on the subject site. That is a complete deviation from what it allows. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. While aerial imagery suggests that gravel has been there since around 2022, it's still technically a non-permitted material that doesn't appear to be consistent with the neighborhood based on the code requirements. Additionally, the gravel is not vested since it wasn't permitted at the time it was put down. And the difficulty could be obviated through like grading the property to maintain a flat paved surface. However, this obviously comes at like a significant cost, and it wouldn't be entirely feasible even at that point anyway, due to the alley access at the rear of the property being at a lower elevation than the remainder of the property. The entire length of the driveway doesn't necessarily need to be graveled to achieve the homeowner's goals. However, I will allow them to speak on their situation and why they placed that gravel and why they're here requesting the variance today. And that concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions.
And Mr. Tomlin, on your diagram with the picture, is that existing gravel at this time, right?
Yes, it's existing gravel at this time. I believe they were seeking a permit for that shed that you see there that does not need a variance. And when they submitted the plans, it came back saying you need to seek a variance for the gravel that is already placed.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Do we have Randy Mixdorf, do we have any imagery from the road? You talked about a grade change, and I wasn't sure if that was visible.
Yeah, I can pull that up and we can have it as an exhibit if you'd like. It would probably, if it would help you get a better picture.
That'd be great. Exhibit number 10 will be admitted.
All right, let me get that pulled up really quick.
Please share your screen too, Connor. Thanks.
Yes. And this is the grade change that we're looking at.
And that's the existing home. Is that, yes, Connor?
Yes, that should be the existing home.
And then from your diagram, the pavement we see is paved in most of this image, and then the gravel is basically down that slope.
Right. And if I'm not mistaken, I'll allow them to speak on this. I believe they told me that it was kind of grass and mud before.
Thank you.
Board members, any other questions of Connor or staff?
I have is that a shared driveway or just?
No, it's not a shared driveway.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
This is
Oh.
Tom Gorentz. I just asked if it was a shared driveway.
No. This is Deborah Swift. No, it's not.
Thank you, Ms. Swift. All right, whoever wants to speak, why should we grant your request today, sir or ma'am?
Yes, we've been dealing with the situation since June, and when we first purchased this garage situation, and when we put the driveway in the front, and we had considered, because there's a garage that's connected to the house in the rear that would have been accessible from the alley, but the alley is not maintained, and it's gravel too, and um, when we put the driveway up the front, and the contractors recommend, and when we were going to do concrete all the way around to make the entry to that garage from the street, and they said it would not be a good idea because there was such an incline in it that you needed more traction is the reason we put the gravel in. Okay, over time, I'm expanding my car collection, and I needed more garage space. It's the reason we purchased the double car garage. But at that time, when Tough Sheds came out, there was no question about the gravel, and they said all we needed to do was pour the concrete, and they could take it from there. And since then, it's been one denial after the other, and this has been since June.
Right.
And it would definitely be an upgrade to our property and to the neighborhood.
The gravel is always sensitive to this board because we're trying to get rid of gravel, not expand on gravel. So whether it be pavement like asphalt or concrete is the more desired surface that we're looking for.
From the driveway to where this garage entry is almost 80 feet. To even, if it were possible to put concrete there, you're talking $20,000.
Right.
To even put concrete that far down, and because it'd have to be at least 4 to 6 inches thick. And we had considered doing asphalt, but that's a slicker surface than the concrete is. And with that being such an incline, which I have pictures in my phone, we didn't submit them to him, but I can show you exactly what I'm talking about.
We're not computer savvy. We don't know how to do those things.
It's good. We're
Okay,
fine.
I wanted to add, the reason why we put the gravel down there is the grass and the mud. When it would rain, we couldn't drive up and down. We couldn't walk up and down without sliding and falling. I'm too old. I can't fall. I can't do it. So we had talked to the guy that did the concrete, and he was the one who asked us about the gravel. We didn't know at that time that we were supposed to go to the city to get it done. So we were like, sure, if it would help us with the walking and driving up and down. Nobody ever said anything to us about the gravel until we were going to do the garage. And that's when we found out that we were supposed to come to the city to get it okayed. We didn't know anything about it. So that's why we didn't do it. And now it's a situation.
Right.
And like I said, the gravel, it helps us with being able to walk, with being able to drive. We do have the alley. No one we used to maintain the alley. We used to cut the grass. We used to keep all the trash and everything out of the alleyway. He's had a hip replacement. I have bad knees. We can't do it anymore. And nobody else over there does it. No, they just dump trash in the alleyway, everything. The city does nothing. I've been there 10 years. They've never came even through there to do anything for the alleyway. We have rats that run through because
It's
down,
not city maintained.
yeah, we have grass that grows up 6 to 8 feet. People throw things in there. Nobody does anything about it. You know, it's like I said, we were the only ones who did. Even the neighbors over there that also used the alleyway, they wouldn't. They would just go through. They would just go through the front. You know, nobody would use the alley. So that's why we, put the driveway there, and that's why we put the gravel there. It's easier for us to get in and out.
Right.
This is Randy Mixdorf. Connor, can you bring the map or the diagram back up? And you want to share your screen? If you wouldn't mind.
Would you all like to see the pictures of the gravel?
Yeah, they have pictures on the phone if you wanted to just come around and swipe through them, but that's up to you all.
Cool.
Have you reported the alley to the city?
Yeah, several times. It's just not maintained.
So Randy, your question on the diagram?
So as we look at, I understand the gravel access from the street to the red box, which is the garage.
Right.
But south of the garage, there's an entire another gravel pad. What is that
You mean?
function?
They're talking about this other gravel pad back here behind the house. So they understand about this one. They're asking about the gravel that
Oh, here?
Because that one is then not a driveway to the garage, correct? It is just adjacent.
Well, there's
Yeah,
there's a garage under the house.
yeah. It appears there's a rear access garage and the gravel is there.
Can I show it
behind
to
the
you
house.
so you
Sure,
can see
bring
what we're talking
sure.
about?
And swipe it.
This be exhibit number 11.
Right. So then I guess they're turning in the corner. Oh, that's the back.
Because it dips down into the home. Show Ms. Moran and the other two board members, please. Thank you. The other three board members on that side, sorry.
This is from the rear. Okay.
Gonna go that way.
And can you guys figure out a way to send this to?
Yeah,
Connor? So-
yeah.
okay.
I asked him to have somebody send it over to me
Okay.
at the conclusion of the
Deborah.
hearing. So
How's
The
the,
driveway that
to the back?
then we go.
How'd you clean off 11 inches of snow? Is that even?
That's good. Thank you. And like we said, please send those to Connor when we're done with this meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
When you put the sign in the yard telling you about the meeting today, did you have any neighbor interaction?
Yeah, the neighbor next door, she came over and she actually got a letter. She wanted to know if we needed her to come. She has no problem with it. None of them have any problem with it. I mean, that neighborhood, that block is one big family.
Right, thank you.
I'll just add, I never got a phone call or email with anybody that had any concerns.
And this is Maggie Moran. You said the alley was gravel also? The alley behind?
For what hasn't been pushed down in the mud.
Randy Mixdorf, to access your garage, are you accessing it from, as you come, the new garage, when you come down the hill, will you go straight into the garage, or is
Right.
the access on the
No,
south
you
side?
go straight into the garage.
Straight into it, okay.
And, you know, that garage, it's not like it's going to be everyday use, because the cars that we drive are actually up on the pavement that we drive every day. That garage will house classic cars. Won't be more or less for storage.
I think the one thing that, sorry, Randy Mixdorf, the one thing that concerns me is just the amount of gravel. So I was trying to understand if there's a way for that kind of.
And it's not loose. There's when they put it in, it's 4 different layers, because they went to a heavy gravel with AB3 to seal the heavy. Then they went to a finer gravel with more AB3. It's almost 6 inches deep. It's not loose.
I'm
That's
sorry,
good
can
to-
you speak into the microphone, please?
You want me to run that by you one more time?
Yeah, please do for the court reporter.
Okay. My name is James Swift, and the gravel is in 4 different layers. It started with a heavier gravel, AB3 to pack it in, a finer gravel, and then more AB3 on top of that.
I think where I was trying, Randy Mixdorf, where I was trying to go with this, if there was a way to reduce the amount of gravel that was south of the garage. I think with the slope of your site is very unique, and from the street, you don't actually see any of this gravel, which I think is where we typically run into that. But there is still just a lot that does not seem to be used as a drivable surface to the south of the garage. So I understand having the gravel to access the parking spot underneath your house, but there looks to me another 30 feet of gravel that extends to the east in that diagram. So there may be some
One of those
inaccuracies in the
lots was
diagram.
only 25 feet. One.
That side next to the fence. You know, when
What?
you come out of the garage?
Right. Where the trailers is?
Yeah. That's what she's talking about. It's not very big.
It's not very big. It's like 8 feet.
In this diagram, it shows that it's 25 feet wide and 40 feet long for that second portion. If you look at Connor's screen, or if Connor can share his screen.
We're talking about this, the
That
dimension.
part, right,
Yeah, the
yeah.
dimensions of this is what they're asking about.
Right. Yeah. Now what are you asking me about that part of it?
They're looking for clarification of the width, you know. When they got assistance to put the plan together, those should have been estimates, but not exact numbers.
Okay. That probably 40 feet long by 25 feet wide.
Okay, so those numbers then on the plan are accurate in terms of the amount of gravel currently on site.
And is that existing gravel at this time?
Yeah.
Okay. This just seems awfully big, but. Okay. Board members, any other comments, questions, or motion? And is the 21 by 22 shed up? Is that built?
Garage. No. We the concrete has been poured for it, but
So essentially the permit is on hold because so when you submit for your plan review, you have to label the material of the driveway. So they had to label that it was gravel. This is how it came up. So that review is on hold for the garage to be approved until this is through the board.
Will that need a variance, do you feel?
The
Connor?
garage, no. It's far enough from the side setbacks. I had that initial review. The size and everything of that garage is not an issue.
All right.
This variance would be for both of the gravel areas?
Yeah, for any gravel existing on the site. And again, this gravel isn't new. This is stuff that's been existing for a few years at this point. Just to provide clarification, make sure there wasn't confusion.
Thank you.
I'm just one board member, but I'm still concerned about the sheer amount in that second chunk of gravel south of the garage. I don't know if there's options or opportunities to pull that back a bit. Obviously, if you have your drive lane coming down your main garage to come down and around to the garage under your house, that makes sense. But since it extends another 40 feet out, it just seems a little excessive to me, but I'm just one board member. But I guess, Connor, if we're approving a variance, it allows any gravel or just a gravel drive, or how would that?
It allows the gravel that is existing per site plan.
To maintain, to stay?
Yeah, to essentially maintain it what it is now, to not be expanded upon.
Okay.
This is Maggie Moran. Would you all be interested in maybe coming back to us with maybe get an estimate on a cost to remove half of that gravel that's south of the proposed garage? Because I think
I
that
don't
would make us.
understand why you would think it would need to be moved.
Well, it's just a lot
Because-
of gravel, and we don't allow, gravel causes problems with dust and whatever. There's reasons it's not allowed per the code. So if we can minimize the variance, then it makes us more comfortable granting it.
Well, the south part of that, where you're talking about that gravel is the access to the garage that's under the house.
Right, but it doesn't look like you need it all the way to the back property line to access that. It looks like if you had half
Well,
of that, you could probably.
the
turn
reason
around
it
there.
was put there before was for the access, because after the garage goes in, there's going to be a gate there beside it for entrance to if you had to come down that alley. You know what I'm saying? There's reason that gravel was added there.
So the gravel to the south would be an access from the alleyway.
Yeah. And for part of your turnaround from when you come down the hill.
So
Because-
in your garage, where's the access door to go into it? Is it?
It would be on that west side, coming down that slope.
Yeah. Because if you remove any parts of that now, it's just going to be a muddy mess.
I think usually people then replant with grass or other kind of vegetation to avoid mud, but
Will be dry.
Not to do
the
any
intent would then
access.
to not
point.
be drive on it south of the red garage piece.
But coming out of
You-
the driveway from the house.
Connor,
I'm
can you bring
sorry,
up
I
the-
can't hear.
I'm sorry. If we go out of the garage from the house, it goes, you drive on that.
Correct. Connor, can you share your screen and do a diagram really quick of just
Yes.
showing where that drive lane could still maintain, minimizing the gravel while still allowing access to the garage under the house?
Sure. So you're saying
Clarity.
bring up this diagram.
Yes.
And I think what you're saying is,
Fine,
um,
if that's possible.
Ms. Mixdorf, your volume's very quiet on my end. I don't know if the microphone can be moved closer to you.
We're
Thank
close.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
so okay, I've got the pen tool out. Where would you like me to mark?
I mean, even if, could you just mark a line from the west side of the garage down? Right,
Okay.
so if you were to maintain that as gravel, would that give you the appropriate approach to the garage under your house? Still giving you the gravel down to the garage, but then removing that additional 30 feet of gravel to the east of that red line? To minimize gravel on site while still giving you access to both of your garages through gravel.
That That's not gonna give you enough turnaround even to go in that garage.
Well, with the appropriate approach, maybe it's 12 feet, but right now it's 40 feet. And I know you don't need 40 feet to park in a single stall garage under a house. But I'm just one board member, so we'll leave it to others if they have questions, and we will continue on with this case.
Well, this is Maggie Moran. Earlier you said you didn't have access from the alley, but are you hoping to get access to the alley? Is that why you want to?
No, that may be emergency type situation.
I see.
And
Or-
if someone could keep the alley clean, then we could use it.
Right, but that hasn't happened.
That's not right. So let me pull this back up.
So, where'd he go?
Need to approve anything with
Yeah,
him.
yeah. So,
Is that the same image from before? So it's already.
sorry, admitted. Okay.
This is Miss Mixdorf, where Connor was drawing the line, was on that far side of that parking pad. If you were to draw it over, that looks like it's probably still 20 feet. That would give you an appropriate, or maybe less, turnaround distance. It would not include any of that concrete then over here, is what I was suggesting in that sketch. Or any of the gravel over there, sorry.
So, sir, what Miss Mixdorf is alluding to, that's your concrete for the new garage. She's saying, come, and again, Ebbett's here, bring your car, come on back, turn towards the garage, but you don't need all this extra gravel way over here, sir, according to right. So we're asking you maybe for that east and west version, we're saying you don't necessarily, we feel, or excuse me, Miss Mixdorf may feel we don't need 40 feet, sir.
Okay.
I can't hear Mr. Swift, just
Right.
so you know.
I'm moving the microphone now.
You've got 8 feet from here over. That can be moved. See what I'm saying?
This is Miss Mixdorf, so there's opportunities to reduce the gravel, then you think you could still gain access to your lower garage and reducing overall gravel on site.
There would be enough here, there would be enough here for the entry. Because eventually a storage building will go there where that trailer is.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Do we need him to come back with a different site plan? Or are we okay with approving in less some dimensional reduction?
Can I say this? Before
Yes,
you make your
Mr. Swift.
decision? We ordered this garage in June. We've been making payments on it since June,
Don't have a garage.
and we don't even have a nail or a piece of wood. We'd like to get it moved forward, and the gravel situation, I'll take care of that. Don't worry about it.
Well, Connor, are you able to tell us what kind of motion we would make if we were to allow, maybe require that they redo the site plan to show gravel only?
Yeah,
area?
you guys could, if you motion to approve the gravel, you could condition it that, an updated plan showing how much, like the width of the gravel or the length, however you want to phrase it, is reduced to however much you want to approve. If they just resubmitted, a new plan showing the appropriate distance that you guys are approving, if that made sense.
So then it would just be a matter of how much you reduce it by.
Right, Jazz.
May I ask who was speaking?
Oh, sorry, that was Emerson Hayes.
That's what I heard him say, 8 feet.
we don't have exact measurements. So I'm a little concerned to give that. I don't want to prescribe that it's 8 feet and then have issues with an approach and then access to it. But
Something else that you could do is you had me draw up that sketch.
Mhm.
If you wanted me to place a line somewhere based on the pictures that you saw, I can do that, and then you can approve it based on that live revision. That's something else that you could do. And that revision would just need to be admitted as an additional exhibit.
I mean, Randy, you were talking about 20 feet.
I was
Give
trying.
him an adequate turnaround, which would be half of that gravel area. To me, that's,
A normal drive is 10 feet, say, or 12 feet. I was just trying to find
you
a
got to turn around.
Right.
to turn into it. Mhm.
So 25 by 20, Maggie? What's your thoughts
I
on
mean,
that?
that would make sense. They would be getting rid of half of that gravel.
Right, correct.
They'll put the line right in the middle of the,
Sure.
So James and Deborah, we're suggesting the gravel to the to the north of the garage be only 20 feet long, not 40 feet long, the way you have it today.
the gravel to the south.
From
Yeah, to the south, sorry. Yes.
Okay.
The area between the house and the alley.
So half of it would have to be removed, just half of that area to the south.
Do you see where his red line is, sir?
Lengthwise.
Yes.
Yeah, so
East-
the
east, west,
width
west.
right there, they're not asking to reduce. They're just saying reduce it from here down to that first line right there. Ignore this line right here.
Okay.
I can't figure out how to.
The alley.
That's like halfway.
Hey, Connor, share your screen. Thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
So that's like halfway up the side of the garage
Yeah, so what
over
they're
to the fence.
yeah, so what they're saying is they're
Well, let me say that none of that entranceway to that garage under the house is not straight in. It's on an incline too. And
I think
When-
just as Ms. Mixdorf, as a board, again, I think numerous members have concerns with the sheer amount of gravel. So if you're willing to modify the amount of gravel, I think there may be a willingness from the board to grant having gravel on site, which is typically not approved because of your current scenario. With the angle that you're at, it's not visible from the street. I think this one piece is maybe where we're looking to collaborate a little bit to find maybe a middle ground. But if that's not something you want to pursue, that is fine as well, and we can vote accordingly.
we can
And it
deal
would
with
be halfway down the garage. It would be less than that because it would be half of the entire 40-foot width. And it starts out west of the, that
Okay.
width starts out west of the
Right.
garage.
yeah.
All right, we can work with that.
Right.
So Connor, you're going to draw a line like that and make it an exhibit?
Yeah, after this hearing, because it won't let me get rid of that first line.
Okay.
I'll go back after the hearing, revise it, draw that line where you guys are approving such, and I'll get them coordinated with the permit review staff on all of that.
And do we have an exhibit number for that?
That would be Exhibit 12
For the photos.
of the revised photo plan from Mr. Tomlin. Ready?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm-
so
I'm good. I
board
was just
members?
making a note.
Ms. Mixdorf?
I'll make a motion. On docket item number 9, case number 2024-198, I move that we grant the requested variance, but with removal of 20 feet of the gravel pad that is south of the proposed garage, so that the gravel is only 25 feet by 20 feet in accordance with Exhibit 12.
That sounds good. I have a motion by Ms. Moran.
And in accordance with the staff.
Yeah, I have a motion by Ms. Moran. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you for Ms. Wright.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, sir, subject to those conditions.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Sure.
You all have a great day.
Thank you, as you.
Guys are told to get in touch with you.
Did we hear back on docket 8 or not 8, 7?
I don't think we've heard, well, Anna did get in touch with them.
Oh, she is.
I-
I'll give him a call, update him on everything, and then we'll get you
We
guys-
ask the,
Okay, so we can just have.
our online attendees, if you are the owner or applicant for docket item number 7
Okay.
at 500 Delaware Street, if you would raise your hand.
Thank you.
I don't believe they're online yet.
Here.
Oh, they're in person. Okay, yes. We have the owner and applicant. in
All right,
person.
come on up.
So let me call this case again. Docket item number 7 is case CD BZA 2024-180, a request to appeal a zoning determination related to window signs on about 0.2 acres generally located at 500 Delaware Street. Anna Naniski is the staff planner on this case. We ask anyone who is online or in the audience who would like to speak on this case to please raise your hand or approach the microphone at the podium. I'm going to promote again Mr. DeForest.
Thank you, Mr. DeForest. Do you have your camera working yet? Are they there, Sarah?
They are.
Did you turn on your microphone?
Yeah, microphone is on.
No camera? Oh, there you are. Hi.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to have all 3 of you guys raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And state
I
your
do.
name for the court reporter. 1 second.
My name is Ryan Quares. I'm the general manager.
Thank you, Ryan. And Lisa and
Lance.
Lance, sorry. Go ahead and state your names again for the court reporting if you do or you don't.
I do. My name is Lance DeForest.
Thank you, Lance. And there was a lady with you. Is she going to be testifying? If she is,
Lisa DeForest.
I do or I don't on the
I do.
affirmation. Thank you, Lisa. All right. Sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 11 that I need to admit for your case today. Do I have your permission to do that? Or do you have questions on those exhibits?
Is there any way to see the exhibits or have them displayed?
Sure.
Where I'm just waiting on my owner right now. He's just finding parking, so he should be with us shortly as well.
Okay. So what's your connection with the owner?
I'm the general manager and the representative on the applicant form.
Okay. We need an affidavit for you to speak if you're representing the owner.
Would it be a personal affidavit from him?
Yes.
We're talking moments. He's literally outside right now looking for parking.
Okay. Shoot, now what to do?
Go the next
Yeah, we're going to take the next case, sir, because
I understand.
Otherwise we'll be waiting here for 15, 20 minutes, maybe.
I understand. And
So-
would we be able then to rotate back in after that?
Yes, uh-huh.
Excellent.
Yeah,
That'd be
I'll push you
perfect.
back in.
No, I appreciate your patience for it.
All right. All right, so Lisa and Lance, we're going to come back because the owner's not here yet, but it won't be long. And you're reminded you're still sworn in when you come back. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll go to docket item number 10.
Did they roll you out?
So that's case CD BZA 2024-199. A request to approve a variance to the setback of a wireless communication tower in an M1-5 zoning district, plus any additional variances on about 0.05 acres generally located at 4923 Lawn Avenue. Connor will be coming back. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner on this case. Give us just a couple of minutes to get set up here.
All right.
Mr. Ebbets, while they're setting that up, this is the court reporter, and I can hear you very clearly, but everybody else is coming in much more faint.
Okay. I'm going to put the microphone in front of everyone's face. And
I
thank,
just wanted to let you know.
thank you for reminding us, and don't be afraid to jump in if you can't hear people.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got the presentation up. I'm ready for you guys to call it.
All right, Connor, you want to share your screen in just a second? Who do we have on the other side of this case? Do we have Jack Sprague, or come on up, Jack? Or Jake? Jake, sorry.
And I'll just repeat, anyone else who would like to speak on this case, if you could raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised online.
Okay. Jake, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And your name again for the court reporter?
Jake Sprague.
Thank you, Jake. There's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case labeled 1 to 9. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You do.
One of those is a presentation by your gentleman to your left, Connor Tomlin, and he's going to tell us about the case.
Okay, today we have docket 10, CD BZA 2024-199, located at City Pin 290415. This property does not have a physical address assigned to it. The zoning district is M1-5. The request is a variance to the required setbacks for a wireless communication tower. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself, outlined in yellow. This is the site plan. It may be easier to read things in the staff report where you can zoom in. This is a little bit closer, an additional site plan that was provided. This is what that tower would look like. This is a image showing the distance between two towers. Again, so for clarification, there's only one variance. However, there's an option A and option B with this, and I can take any questions once I outline those. So option A would be a variance of 31 feet 9 inches to the front setback of this communication tower to permit a setback of 18 feet 3 inches on the subject site. That is a 63.5% change from the 50-foot requirement. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The location of the site is in an industrial area that generally does not have setback requirements unless a parcel were to abut a residential district. While this does not abut residential, communication towers do have specific front setback requirements, which is 50 feet. The difficulty could not be obviated through a change of design. Alternatively, option B is a variance of 26 feet 9 inches to the front setback of a communications tower to permit a setback of 18 feet 3 inches. That's a 53.5% change. Same information as before, whether it's changing the context of the neighborhood. The reason that there's an option A or option B is because, let me go back here. How it typically works is the front setback is determined by the shortest property line that abuts a right-of-way. However, here, this obviously is not touching any right-of-way as it is chunked out in between several other parcels. Their access easement is coming in here from the north, if I'm understanding correctly. So they would be accessing the site right here. So the front setback, you guys can either determine is from that access point or the shortest side, which would be on the west side. And I believe that the larger variance is on the north side and the smaller variance is on that west side. And I can take any questions. I know that differentiating that might have been confusing.
Thank you, Connor. Board members, questions of staff?
Randy Mixdorf, I have a question. There's a note in here about kind of the legality of the site.
Yeah, so there was a little confusion whether the parcel itself, it was my understanding that it was parceled off from, it was originally part of this larger parcel here where this, I guess, warehouse would be. And I'm not sure if they had gone through the, if it was a legally created lot in the city's eyes. I don't have the information available to know that for certain, but it was worth noting that I'm not sure if in the city's eyes if it was considered a legal lot split or not.
I thought it had it, Maggie Moran, I thought it had to have access to the street.
Generally, yes. However, I'm unsure if wireless communication towers, if there's an access agreement, if that plays a different role into how that is viewed.
It seems like that's kind of an important thing we need to know.
This is the court reporter, Miss Moran. That was very faint on my end.
Wow. Microphones must not be working today. I'll get really close to it.
Thank you.
Wow.
All right, Connor. So to Ms. Moran's comments about access, do we need to pause this to, you got to help me out here on what we should be doing in terms of access.
Do you have any input, Sarah? I'm not really sure, as I haven't come across that before.
I mean, my inclination would be to recommend that you continue the case.
Okay. Mr. Sprague, we're concerned about access for your site.
Certainly.
Unless the applicant happens to have information about that.
Okay.
So
Okay, so let me see. Any other questions of staff before we go to you, Jake? 1 second. Nope. Okay, Jake, tell us about it.
yeah, certainly. So as part of the lease agreement with Tower MBM and PJS Properties, there is an access, a 20-foot wide access for ingress and egress to Lawn Avenue. I think that would be on page Z1 of the construction drawing. So there is allotments for access for ingress and egress to the site and also space for a turnaround. I don't know exactly how that would relate to the city of Kansas City's requirements for parcels, but as I understand it, the property owner, when they subdivided this parcel through Jackson County, that was, I would assume, taken into account.
All right.
I think we need to find out whether it's legal in the city's, under the city's code. So it sounds like we need to continue it for that purpose.
Enclave lot.
Say it again, Jazz.
Emerson Hayes, I just said that it's an enclave lot. I've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, and I didn't think those were allowed, so
I
we
can-
continue it to the next meeting and
I
staff
can-
could research that.
Yeah, I can research it, get with our plotting group to look into the history of the site to figure out if that lot is legal in the eyes of the city or if there's like an additional like documentation that needs to be submitted.
Okay.
All right. So unfortunately, sir, we can't approve or deny your request today. So we're going to move you to the February 12th. I will not be here that day, but you do have other members who have heard your case, so you'll go right through.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you please take a motion to that effect?
Yes, sorry, we're going to do a motion.
In case number 199, I move we continue the case until our February 12th docket.
Yes, that's the right date. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran. Please call the roll.
Gorens?
Aye.
Moran?
Aye.
Mixdorf?
Aye.
Wright?
Aye.
Ebbets?
Aye. And Jake, if you've got options, we need another poll at 69th or Gregory and Ward Park.
I'll make note of that. Thank you.
Just kidding, of course.
Okay, would you like to go back to number 7 now?
Do you have your honor?
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we're jumping to number 11.
Okay. Docket item number 11 is case CD BZA 2024-201, a request to approve a variance to the lot and building standards to permit a smaller side yard setback, plus any other needed variances in an R 0.5 zoning district on about 0.14 acres generally located at 3401 Paseo. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner on this case. If there is anyone else who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium. There are no hands raised online.
Perfect. Second here while I get caught up. All right. We're going to have you raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Let's start with the lady on the far, you, and say your name and I do or I don't.
Ava Amir Mahdi, I do.
Thank you, Ava. Next.
Autumn Olson, I do.
Next.
Ingrid Bunn, I do.
All right, great. Did I hear your name was Autumn? Okay, thank you. There are a list of who's speaking on the case, by the way? Good. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do you have any questions about those exhibits, and can we admit them?
Yes.
Yes to admitting?
Yes.
Great, great. One of those is a presentation by Miss Stephanie on your left. Stephanie, please tell us about this case.
All right, thank you. So we got docket item number 11, CDBCA 2024-201, located on 3401 Paseo, zoned R-0.5. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the required setbacks to permit a smaller, should be side setback for a proposed building expansion. All right, and here is the subject site. And so highlighted in yellow is where this expansion will go, is for the fire station number 17. And then, so the lots are to be consolidated and recorded with Jackson County. And so everything highlighted in the orange will be consolidated and made into one big lot. And this is what is existing right now. So it's that area is vacant. There we go. And then this will be with the addition, and it will go pretty much all the way up to the property line. And these are just the elevations for the addition. And this is what will be inside. So it looks like it's bunks and bathrooms for the fire people. And these are photos of existing conditions. So existing fire station and where the addition will go over here on the grass. So we got one variance today. The staff report says front, but after revising, this will still remain the side yard even with the lot consolidation. So this is a variance request of 15 feet to the residential building and lot standards to permit a side yard setback of 0 feet on the subject site. So it would be a complete deviation. The requirement is 15 feet. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since this will be built up to the property line, and it is uncommon to see this in a residential zoning district versus commercial. However, this expansion of the building cannot be built without the need of a variance. This addition serves to accommodate the growing number of staff at this fire station. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Stephanie. Board members, any questions of staff?
Yeah, this is Maggie Moran. Probably figure this out if I get to something. What street is it on that it will be closer to?
Will be closer to 34th, but it's on 34th in Paseo.
It looked like from the picture you showed that there was a church down the road from it that looked like it was right next to this, right up to the sidewalk.
It's hard to tell from this angle, but when I was reviewing, I didn't notice that. It seemed that everything had some kind of setback.
Okay, yeah, to me, it looks like the church is much more forward than the existing.
Sorry, we had submitted other photos that that church is just a couple feet off of the property line, so it is really close to the street. And as you can see from this aerial, the residence to the east as well is basically right up against the property line as well. So it is in line with the context to the east and the west.
Okay.
This was Ava Amir Mahdi.
Should be in the staff reports, those additional photos. And this is Stephanie.
Any other questions? Miss Ava, why should we grant your request? And be sure you're talking to the microphone.
Yeah, Ava Mirmati. So the purpose of this project is to first convert the fire station to be gender neutral facilities because of the space and code requirements of gender neutral facilities that will require the fire station footprint to grow. In addition, we are increasing the capacity of this fire station by 5 personnel. So those are the reason for the need for the addition to this fire station. We have done studies about whether we should expand on one level or if we should expand vertically. And it was the strong preference for the ability of the fire responders to be able to respond as quickly as possible to any alarms, for all of the bunks to be on one level. And because of the required setbacks, it just isn't feasible to accommodate that much program in the required setback. So that's why we're asking for the variance to be able to accommodate all the needed staff on one level.
Okay, thank you. Questions of Ava? Autumn? Anybody?
This is Randy Mixdorf. Have you received any comments from the neighbors or surrounding properties?
So we, in addition to the city's notices, sent letters from I'm representing the architecture firm, giving them our contact information, and we haven't gotten any responses from anybody.
Thank you.
And I've had neighbors contact me, but only to clarify what the project is, but no stance.
All right, thank you for that testimony. Board members, any other questions, comments? Perhaps a motion? Much needed fire station expansion.
Yeah, Maggie Moran. Okay, in looking further at the pictures, this side that's expanding to 34th Street, will there be doors there?
No, there will be no doors on that facade. That facade is where the 3 captain's quarters will be. So there will be windows for those captain's quarters, but the egress doors are going to be to the front and to the back.
All right, as I was confused, I was thinking the doors would be over there. Okay. But there will be some, it won't just be a solid.
No.
brick
There
wall.
will be glazing, yeah, because we want to ensure that there is light and windows for those bunks.
Ready?
Randy Mixdorf, I just want to thank you for submitting the photos. A lot of times, as you've heard from the hearings today, we don't always get the context. This is very valuable. So thank you for that. So I'd offer a motion.
Please.
In case number 201, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Mixdorf, a second by Ms. Moran. Please call the roll.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck. Thank you very much for coming before us today.
Thank you.
Do you want to go on to the next case?
Yes, because, hey, docket number 7, you might want to give him a call. Okay, all right. Okay, so we're going to keep going until we see another body sit next to you. All right,
Okay, item number 12. CD BZA 2024-178, a request to approve a special exception to allow a 6-foot fence in an R 1.5 zoning district, plus any additional variances or special exceptions on about 0.543 acres, generally located at 2312 East 6th Street. If you would like to speak on this case, please approach the microphone on the podium or raise your hand online. There are no hands raised online.
we do see a person sitting in front of us.
Hello, my name is Jacob Torres. I'm representing Well, I'm representing the CDD here today, but I work for Perfect Fence, who wants to install a fence for these kind people.
Stand by just for a second. And you have a consent affidavit, don't you, sir? Or you already
Yes, sir.
filed one? Okay, great. Thank you for that. All right. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes, sir. I swear.
And your name for the court reporter?
Jacob Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. Sorry. There's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case labeled 1 to 10. Do you have any questions about those exhibits and allow us to admit those for your case?
Sure. I would like to admit them.
Okay, sure. Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Alec to your left. Please tell us about the case, Alec.
Okay, give me one second to share my screen. Okay, this is docket item number 12. My name is Alec Gustafson. I'm in the Development Management Division. This is CDBZA 2024-178. This is a special exception to the height of a fence on a corner lot at 2312 East 6th Street. The site is located just south of East Truman Road on East 6th Street. Or I'm sorry, Independence Boulevard. It's barely outside of the Independence overlay. So it's along Olive Street and East 6th Street in an R1.5 zoning district. This is a view of the site. Another view of the site. It's on a corner lot, and as 2710 suggests, fences over the height of 6 feet are not permitted in a corner lot. That's why you're seeing the special exception here today. So it would be covering this east half of the lot, and then the north half. This would be the proposed fencing, 9-foot separation from the house along Olive and along East 6th Street, and then also along the west portion property line. This would be a rendering that was provided by the applicant for the fence. And
I would like to note something on this.
Yeah.
A moment. I would like to note the positioning. This is Jacob speaking, Jacob Torres speaking. I would like to note the positioning of the stop sign in relation to the fence and possible visibility for vehicles that would be using that intersection. As you can see, if a vehicle pulls up to that stop sign, they will not interact with the fence whatsoever. It will not block visibility. So if that is a issue or a concern here, you can see it's very clearly that it is not.
All right.
an
Thank
issue.
you for that. We'll continue on. Connor or Alec, excuse me.
Yeah. So, like Jacob said, there would be limited hindrance to the visibility for drivers along East 6th Street or Olive Street. And the variance before you is a special exception of 2 feet to the fence height. What is permitted on a corner lot, as per 2710 states, is 4 feet. This is a request for a 6-foot fence, so the variance is 2 feet. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood would be anticipated, considering there are no other fences like this in the area. The design could be probably changed if there's any sort of discourse on the height of the fence. And I will let the applicant speak to the hardship of the property itself. But if you guys have any other questions for me or Jacob, I'm sure we both can assist you.
Alec, the diagram that you showed with the green lines around it, there you go. But there's no fence on the parking lot side. I call that where there's parking is.
Mm-hmm.
There's no fence there.
No.
All right. All right, Mr. Torres.
Yeah, that is a retaining wall along that for the other property.
It's not, you can't traverse that piece of terrain there. It's too high.
Yeah.
How high would you say that wall is, Mr.
Maybe
Torres?
10 feet, sir.
Okay. All right. Mr. Torres, why should we grant your request today? A 6-foot solid fence that you're proposing is kind of unusual for us.
Well, sir, this is, well, you said Jacob, so I'm
Yeah.
going to respond. This property is right next to Independence Avenue, and that does pose a major traffic problem for the type of property this is. This is a residence for this for the disabled. It's a residence for the disabled, and having people, trespass at various times of the night is not good for the well-being or the mental state of, the residents that live there. There's also been numerous complaints from the staff that works at this location. They keep on stating that their cars are repetitively broken into, and I don't think, someone who's in healthcare, someone who's doing healthcare for a living, taking care of others, they should not worry about their own belongings being, disturbed while they're at work, focused on what they're supposed to be doing. I don't think that's fair. The maintenance manager also told me that they had to winterize the building and change some of the activities that they can do during the summertime. The electricity has been stolen. They found random things and people, objects. There's been vandalism. Vandalism has also happened. I have tried to get some police reports from the staff members. However, they have not released the police reports to me. But I can try to get them for you again. So it would offer peace of mind, this fence. It would go offer peace of mind for both the residents, the staff, for everyone there.
How many residents would you say are in this particular facility?
I believe last time I asked them, it was around like 11 or so different residents. I don't recall the exact number. I can't speak on that, but I know there's quite a few people that are living there. Even if it's just 4, that's, even if it's 2. I know personally, one of my greatest fears is looking out my window and seeing someone I don't recognize looking directly back at me. And I can only imagine, you wake up 8 o'clock, you hear rustling, you go out, you look out the window and you just see someone, a pair of eyes you've never seen before, staring directly back at you. It's unnerving.
Right. Alec, help me out. What's across the street and around there? If you can bring up your other larger diagram.
Yeah. I can bring that up. Well, let me see.
There
So
you go.
there is a bank. This building, this is I believe it's a community center. Not really, it's not a community center. It's a separate from Kansas City Community Centers, but it's,
Alec, can you share your screen?
oh, am I not sharing? Okay.
Mr. Perez, if you know what these things are, you're welcome to pipe in. Jacob, you don't know, do you?
I can also pull up Parcel Viewer and we can look.
I'm just trying to see what kind of residential we have around there.
Yeah, across the street, it's just your standard single family residential.
I do believe there is well, it doesn't matter anyways, actually, because there's like a 6-foot tall fence, but it's inset from the corner. It's not on a corner lot, so it doesn't matter.
And where's this? Jacob?
It's kind of corner, like adjacent.
You should use the mouse. Use the mouse on the screen.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is located further in on this corner here. It would be like this house over here would have it. So it doesn't even really apply to this case, to be honest. Just a 6-foot fence does exist there. It's front facing. That's about it.
Okay. Was any consideration given to a 6-foot that's not solid fence, perhaps something with some spacing between it?
I did offer that. They said currently, as the code stands, that they're currently being funneled into providing a full privacy fence, or they're they want a full privacy fence at this point. I have offered a wrought iron solution that does have full visibility. That was turned down by the maintenance person, saying that the fence needed to be a certain material for Independence Avenue or something. So
they're not within the Independence corridor overlay. So any sort of Independence corridor overlay requirements do not apply to them. So this would strictly be just 2710 is what would be,
okay,
this would be subject to.
Randy Mixdorf, quick question for you, Alex. So
Hmm?
the land use plan, stating that the Truman Plaza area plan, how does that relate to the Independence Corridor? Would that have any guiding principles for materiality?
No, it wouldn't have any guiding principles that are simultaneous with Independence Corridor overlay. I'm not aware of what the Truman Plaza's rules are with fences, I guess.
This is Maggie Moran. So this fence would completely surround and hide the house from the street? That what I'm understanding?
As far as the rendering that we provided, that is what I see.
So the neighbors across the street would just see this fence, they wouldn't see a house anymore?
Yes.
And is there a gate in the fence?
There is two gates. There's an access gate in the front. This is Jacob speaking once again. There's an access gate in the front, leading into the the main entrance, and there's also going to be a vehicle gate along the side. The vehicle gate will be automated, and it will have Yelp sensors on it for emergency vehicles. So if a ambulance or something approaches it, the gate will automatically open.
Emerson Hayes here. Alec, did I hear correctly that I can't remember what the code says about corner lots. 6-foot fence is not permitted at all.
Yeah, 6-foot fences are not permitted on the front and side yard of a corner lot. You can have them on I believe you can have them on the rear yard, and not street side, but along street side, front and side yard, it is permitted.
Could it be code compliant if the southern and eastern fences were brought back to be in line with the face of the house?
If those were brought down to 4 feet, the
Okay.
south and eastern fence lines, if those were brought to 4 feet, I believe that would be in compliance. And then only the western side of the fence could be 6 feet. As far as 2710 states, I believe. Don't have the code right in front of me at the moment, though.
The front of the house is the south side.
Yes.
Why would but is the front considered the east side? Why the west side would be allowed to be 6 feet?
The front is not street facing, or sorry, the west side is not street facing. The code only talks about the front yard of the house and the street side yard of the house.
So we would have, this is Jacob speaking once again, we would have already erected a fence along the parking lot structure. However, the way that the code is currently written, we're not able to, because the way it's written, everything from the front face of the house going straight back is considered like that, you know what I mean? That's considered the street facing edge, if you will. So we would have to push that back, and we can't really push that back into that parking lot. It doesn't work.
I don't understand.
The way that it's currently, so in order to erect a fence, we're using the way the code is currently written, we would have to put a fence here going through the parking lot, because the parking lot sits proud from the face of the building. Does that make sense?
So on the east side, you're talking?
On the east side, yes.
I thought
I'm
you said
sorry.
west side.
Maybe
So the
I
west
did.
side, you could have your 6-foot fence.
Yes, west side's fine for 6-foot fence. However, there would be a transition, but I can always stagger it, and that'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is the front of the house. We don't want,
My concern is that people can hop over that fence, because I am 5'2" and I weigh 114 pounds, and I can very easily jump over a 5-foot, 4-foot fence. And I know the people who are currently trespassing, that's not going to be an issue for them as well.
right, it's more the transparency that I have a problem with.
So
That's my issue as well,
Okay.
Mr. Perez. It's the transparency of the fence,
okay,
like the wrought iron like,
I can definitely push that onto them again, but there is a cost increase, and I'm not 100% sure if they're willing to absorb that full cost increase.
But I'm just one board member too, so, but that's my concern on the 6 foot in the front yard and side, or,
You can try to meet.
so.
It's for safety purpose, so fire department or police department can see through it if there's something going on.
Understandable. So if we were to kind of change the design of the front facing fence, but keep the height and allow some type of because I can always change the design. It's not that difficult. It's just a matter of changing a skew. What would be the visibility that you would be happy with for that change? With keeping the material constant.
I don't think that's for us to decide. That's for you to present back to us. But I think you hear the members stating that the solid white fence.
Can you give me a
is-
visibility percentage?
I don't think we can tell you, but we have approved in the past some fences where they're solid halfway up and then
Okay.
transparent above that.
So like a lattice type system would be fine.
That lattice, but yeah, whatever you want to.
So something that has some type of visibility through it, at least let's call it 50% visibility along the top 2 feet. Would that be acceptable?
I don't know if it would be acceptable, but it would certainly be something that would be better for me because there would
Okay.
be some transparency. It wouldn't just be a wall in front of the house.
Okay, I can design something for you.
This is Randy Mixdorf. In the past, often, I think the kind of upper portion has been more of a recent thing, I guess the board has considered, but in the past, it's usually wrought iron to do a 6-foot fence.
Okay.
So you just
Some kind of decorative.
Correct, but usually looking at transparency the whole way, I think, is the ultimate goal. But if they're looking at other options to get transparency is what we're going for. So for the amount of time I've been on this board, we very infrequently
So push
approve
for
a
high
6-foot
transparency.
tall, fully opaque fence.
I gotcha. All right.
And when you say lattice, I think of that old fashioned lattice. that
Yes,
looks
yes.
pretty
I was just
funky, so-
throwing something kind of up there so you can get a visualization in your head as to the visibility that would be kind of offered, but I would like to offer more visibility if
But Ms. Mixdorf's comment is well taken that a 6-foot wrought iron like material,
yes.
aluminum, whatever it may be, is, at least in my mind, most appealing to me as a voting member. Just to let you know, versus solid 4 feet and then something on top.
Understandable.
Right. So we're going to pause your case for 30 till our next, well, maybe. I think we can't approve it. Want to approve it today? I don't think so. I think I'd rather have I'd rather have a diagram, sir, Mr. Perez, that you bring back to us next 2 weeks at our first meeting in February. I won't be here, but you've got other voting members who have heard the case, and then let us vote on that at that time with your
Okay.
new revised proposal.
Okay, and what would you be looking for exactly? Just a mock-up basically of what the material is to be, what it's to look
Well,
like?
I think you've done a good job here, a wrought iron with so much spacing between the pickets,
Okay.
That what we're looking for is not this compound type look.
I can provide the information in a moment. I have all the specifications, everything on my laptop right here. The spacing for it is about 3.75 inches.
So we will,
Put a mock-up to show how the front would look with this new fence would be.
I can get that
very
done by
helpful.
then today.
okay.
If that will help.
Well,
If
that'll
we
help.
can come
That'll
back
help
to this or
us
something.
in hearing your case in finality, so to speak.
Okay.
So we'll pause your case till later on in the afternoon, probably after our lunch break, and then we'll hear what you have to say at that time. Is that okay?
That sounds great to me.
Sounds great, Mr. Perez. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wrought iron is classy looking too, so.
Yeah,
It
it
is.
is. Okay.
Randy Mixdorf, I have a question for city staff. As we consider future continuances with our new 2 meetings a month schedule, is it 30 days from today's hearing that things get continued to, or is it to the next hearing?
Let me look at your rules and regulations.
Thank you.
And just from my own clarification, this is Alec Gustafson speaking. Mark, were you considering hearing this case again later
Yes,
today?
after lunch or after he's had a time to look at things, because I'd like to get this off our docket today.
When would that be? What time?
Probably 1:30.
1:30? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll be ready.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
We usually break around 12:30, so we're going to continue on. Jesus, might be done.
was gonna say we.
We
Sorry.
still have number 7, so
Yeah.
up before, so.
All right. It's Connor's turn.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item number 13, CDBZA 2024-189, a request to approve a variance in an R6 WHO1 zoning district to permit an addition to a primary structure be located closer to an accessory structure, plus any additional variances on about 0.16 acres generally located at 121 West 61st Terrace. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner on this case. Anyone who would like to speak on this case, I see Alyssa Hagen's hand raised. I will promote you to panelist. Anyone else who would like to, and Bree Khan, I will promote you to panelist. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this case?
Just those two virtual ones? Is that
Just
what you're
those
seeing?
two virtual.
Thank you, Sarah. All right. Can you turn on your cameras and microphone? I kind of see you up there. Sarah, we good on people?
We're good.
This is Alyssa Hagen. Can you hear me?
I sure
Yes.
can.
Okay.
And was it Jess or Brianna Khan?
Bree Khan.
Brianna? Can you turn on your camera or microphone, Brianna?
They're both
Yes.
on.
Okay, great. I'm going to ask each of you to raise your right hands to be sworn in for the meeting. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And let's go with Alyssa. Could you state I do or I don't and your name for the court reporter?
I do. This is Alyssa Hagen with Hagen Co. Design Build.
Thank you. And Bree?
And I do. This is Bree Khan.
Thank you. Who's speaking on the case? Is it Ms. Hagen?
I will. Yeah.
Okay, great. Ms. Hagen, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. First of all, do you have any questions on those exhibits, and do we have your permission to admit them?
I do not, and you do.
Perfect. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by staff planner Connor Tomlin. And Connor, tell us about this case.
Okay, we've got docket 13, CDBZA 2024-189, located at 121 West 61st Terrace. This is an R6 and also Warnell Homestead Overlay -1 zoning district. A variance request to the setback between a primary structure addition and the existing accessory structure, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. A closer look at the site itself. This is a site plan of the current property, how it exists at the moment. This is the proposed site plan. You'll see that new deck addition and addition onto the home. A variance of 4 feet 8 inches to the separation distance between a primary structure and an accessory structure to permit a separation distance of 5 feet 4 inches on the subject site per submitted site plan. Again, that's a variance of 4 feet 8 inches. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as most houses in this area appear to be generally compliant with setback regulations between structures. The setback requirement between structures is to promote accessibility on any given lot, and as well as to limit the risk of fire expanding between structures should a fire occur. In addition, the property immediately east of the subject site received variances in 2017 to setback requirements for an accessory structure, which more or less just leans to the idea of precedents being set on these, kind of variances that get brought forward to the board. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Tomlin, board members? Seeing none. Ms. Hagen, why should we approve your request today?
Yeah, so I want to start with the purpose of the project. Bree and Jesse approached me, it's almost been a year ago now, to add just a 1-room addition onto the back of the house. It's a traditional 2-story house, so you have your big central staircase, your kitchen, your dining room, living room on the main level, and then all the bedrooms and bathrooms upstairs. They've been living here since 2021 and they have 3 small kids. So the need to expand is only natural. And so the one room addition was, the idea for that was a playroom for the kids, a possible guest room for mother-in-law who comes to help out, and entertaining space in the backyard. So as we went through the design process, I saw the 10-foot. Basically, what we're looking at right now is the 10-foot distance between the primary structure and the accessory structure. And as we were working through the design, I was very aware of this code, not thinking that the deck was to be assumed as an extension of the primary structure. And so when we went to get the building permit for the addition and deck, this is what was flagged, was that the building addition is not impeding on the 10 feet, but it's really just the deck structure. So a couple of the hardships with, adjusting the design are, one, we have our traditional narrow Brookside lot. It's 50 feet wide. However, on the east side, and you can see this on the survey that was brought up, the neighbor's fence to the east impedes the lot. It's actually on this property 2.5 feet in. So you can see that to the east. And then on the west, you can see that there's a shared garage with the west neighbor. And so, and it's also a shared driveway. So that shared garage impedes the west side of the site by about 11, 12 feet. So now, as we build back, we're looking at 35, 36 feet of width to actually build. And so that's where, with the design, we are proposing that we can get a little bit closer to that garage that is squeezing our site so much. Another hardship for the design is that the main level is 3 feet 10 inches above grade in the backyard. So in order to get to the grade level, which is where you enter the garage, you have a decent amount of stairs to go down to the grade level. So again, with the deck design, there's a lot of stairs involved. Connor, could you pull up? Yeah. Okay. So if you look closely too, so you can kind of see the stairs that we have designed. There's, on the south piece of it, it's a little bit more like a landing sitting area. And then there's some stairs that go straight down. You can't really see it, but on the new addition, there's a door that comes out of the new addition onto the new deck. And then you go down the stairs to go to garage level. There's also a door that comes out of the kitchen, which is like between grid lines 1 and 2. If you go north of grid line A, that little bump out, that's actually a double door that comes out of the kitchen. So in 2 areas, we have to go down 3 foot 10 to the grade level. As you can see with the 5 foot 1 3/4 measurement right there, if we bump that to 10, you can kind of in your head visualize it's going to be like a narrow hallway going from that kitchen door over to the stairs. So really hoping that we can, mitigate the additional stairs and additional structure changes to give them something that they can actually use and enjoy.
All right. Thank you for that explanation.
Yeah.
You're not redoing the garage, are you?
No, the garage is existing, and that's staying where it's at.
What about your neighbors? Bree, any concern from them on this addition?
None that have been brought up to us. We have really awesome neighbors on both sides. And they haven't mentioned anything. We redid the whole driveway this past year with our neighbor that we share that driveway with. And then the neighbor to the other side where her fence is on our property, yeah, it looks pretty wild in our backyard right now. So they're excited to see it redone actually.
Where's your home in relationship to the trolley trail?
We're one block, so we're in, if you know where the Warnell Museum is,
Yes.
in the middle of that street. So
Okay.
in between Warnell and Brookside, and then Charlie Trail is just on the other side.
The
of
other
Brookside.
side. Yep.
Yep.
All right, board members, any other questions, comments? Motion perhaps? Perhaps not.
I will. Docket item number 13, case number 2024-189. I move that we grant the requested variance in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Ms. Moran. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens?
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Ms. Khan, your project is approved, and Ms. Hagan, thanks for coming before us. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. I hope your buddy shows up.
I have a question. Could we get him on Zoom just to give permission to? Okay.
And this is zoning determination, so we might have him live or at least zoomed.
So you have two more cases.
Yep.
And then if you want to go back to the fence, that is still pending, and lunch. So just tell me what you would like to do next.
So we've got 14, 15, and
Number
It's 14 and 15. and
number
then back
12,
to
if you want to circle
14,
back
15,
to
12.
12 about the fence, and then number 7.
So is he requesting a continuance?
And
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Yeah, he's in the back of the audience. The rep is asking for a continuance to either our next meeting or what does it say, Sarah?
Well,
30
I did
days?
look at your rules and regulations, and if you want the exact, sorry, I have a lot of windows open here. You can continue this at your discretion.
Okay.
There's not a requirement for a, prior to final determination, the board may continue such case or take it under advisement at its discretion.
Okay. So you want to move docket 7 to the February 12 or 24 meeting, both of which I'm not going to be here. 26, actually, 12 and 26. Okay. Motion to that effect? Anybody?
With fee.
This would be with fee.
With fee, because we were prepared for your case and you weren't prepared for ours. I think it's 150, 300. I can't remember. It's not crazy money.
Yeah, I'm not sure off the top of my
Okay,
head.
we're going to with fee. So go ahead, Maisha.
In docket number 7, case number 180, I move that we continue this case to the February 12th meeting. It'll be a continuance with fee.
Continuance with fee. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Lisa and Mr. Lance, if you're in the hearing audience, come back on the February 12th time. We apologize that we didn't get to hear the case today, but the applicant's got to pay a fee to come back. So sorry. All right. Break for lunch. Is that what you guys are hearing? Or you want to do another case? I
We
don't
have
know.
2 more people.
Yeah. Yes, sir. He's their next case.
You're with 14.
but we could.
We could actually do it, be done
do
with it.
So you guys don't have to wait.
Yeah.
for an hour.
Because we'll have lunch in the back no matter when.
Yeah.
Can we continue on, staff? Are you okay with that if we do a couple more cases?
That's fine.
Fine with whatever you want to move forward with.
That'd be great if that's okay with you guys.
Okay, docket item number 14 is CDBZA 2024-200, a request to approve multiple variances in an R6 WHO6 zoning district to permit additions onto an existing single-family dwelling plus any additional variances on about 0.3 acres generally located at 5900 Brookside Boulevard. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner on this case. We do have some hands raised online. So Tiffany Kennedy will be promoted to panelist, and John Schaffhausen is going to be promoted to panelist. You could please turn on your cameras and microphones to be sworn in.
Hello.
That's good. Thank you, sir.
I will note, I have a meeting at 1 p.m. that I need to join virtually. So if this case continues, we do have enough people here for the quorum.
Right.
Which, if I have to step out, that would be why.
Okay. Is that John? John, is that you who came online?
Yes.
Okay, great. And who's the other people? Sarah?
Tiffany Kennedy.
May it please the board, I am one of the homeowners, along with Mr. Cantrell, who's sitting in front of you.
Okay, I'm going to ask all four of you to raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly what? Yeah, I know. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
I do.
1 second, we got to get names. So we're going to start here in the live audience. The lady in the blue.
I'm Catherine Snow. I'm representing the Warnell Homestead Homes Association, and I have a notarized letter.
Hold on.
Okay.
All you have to do is say, I do.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Next.
Homeowner Jason Cantrell, I do.
Thank you, Jason. And in the live audience, I think I saw John and someone else.
John Schaffhausen, I do.
Yeah. Thank you, John. And what's your connection, John?
Civium Architects, the architect for the project.
Thank you. And there was another person in the
Tiffany
virtual
Kennedy.
audience?
Tiffany Kennedy, also a homeowner, and I do swear to tell the truth.
Okay, good. Perfect. Thank you. Speaking here in the live audience, I'm guessing it'll be Jason, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Or is it Joseph? Sorry.
Jason.
Jason, thank you. Jason, there's a list of administrative exhibits, usually labeled 1 to 9. This 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You do.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin to your left. Connor, please tell us about the case.
Okay, today's docket 14, CDBZA 2024-200, 5900 Brookside Boulevard in an R-6 and WHO-6 zoning district. A request to approve several variances to the lot and building standards to permit additions to a dwelling unit.
And when do we?
In just a minute.
Submit? Okay.
Yeah, I'll ask for your testimony, then you can, we'll do that. Thank you.
And you're welcome to sit down.
Yeah, you can sit down if
Oh.
you want.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm heard.
No, you will be. We won't
Okay.
forget you.
All right, so this is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself on the corner of West 59th and Brookside. This is the proposed site plan. You'll see a new attached garage to the home, converting an existing porch into an enclosed space, and a new second-story addition on the rear of the home. The first variance would be a variance to the infill vehicular use standards to permit a detached garage, an attached garage visible from the street on the subject site per the site plan. This is a complete deviation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, as this attached garage does not match the contents of the neighborhood per the infill standards. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, such as redesigning and or relocating the existing detached garage rather than attaching one to the home itself. This could reduce the number of variances depending on the size and location, if that were to be sought. Variance B is a variance of 6.5 feet to the required internal side setback to permit a side setback of 1.5 feet on the subject site. That's again 6.5 feet or an 81.25% change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as properties in the immediate area appear to be generally compliant with setback requirements. Same thing as before, having a detached garage in the rear, depending on size and location, could reduce the number of variances. Variance C is a variance of 20 feet 3 inches to the Warnell Homestead overlay lot and building standards to permit a garage addition to extend 16 feet 3 inches past the balance of the front plane of the house on the subject site. Again, that's 20 feet 3 inches, a 506.25% change. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The garage is proposed to extend a significant distance past the front plane of the home, and it would stick out near West 59th Street. There would be concerns that the addition as proposed would obstruct the line of sight for the neighbor immediately to the west as they exit their own driveway. The WHO, or Warnell Homestead overlay, regulates these types of expansions to create and preserve a city center or historic neighborhood feeling. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, as mentioned before. Variance request D is a variance of 32 feet 11 inches to the platted front setback to permit a front setback of 12 feet 1 inch on the subject site. Again, that's a 32-foot 11-inch variance request. I forgot to include the percent change that will be. However, it would be significant. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as properties in this neighborhood appear to be generally compliant with the platted setback criteria. A variance to the required setback of this significance could drastically alter the character of the neighborhood. And again, the difficulty could be obviated and through a redesign. Variance request E is a variance to additions encroaching past that platted side yard setback per the site plan. These new additions don't extend any further into the platted setback than the existing home already does. However, enclosing the front porch does take away the ability for that section to encroach into setbacks. So front porches can encroach into certain setbacks. This would take that away since it's then an expansion of the primary structure. The southeast corner addition does not extend any further than the current house exists. However, given the second story addition is new, it is required to seek a variance as that is slightly past the platted setback. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. And the only other thing to mention is that the plan that you see here, before I got to all those variances, was told to me to be the preferred plan by the homeowners. However, there is an alternate plan where the garage would have different dimensions, which would alter the variance requests. However, I do not have the figures for those. So that concludes my presentation. I am open to any questions. I know that was a lot of information.
Questions to Mr. Tomlin? Board
s-
members?
Randy Mixtorp. So even if the alternate option were proposed, it's likely that all 4 variances would still be required. The percentage would just be different.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying.
Maggie Moran, so it looks like the front of the house faces onto Brookside Boulevard. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the front entrance of the home, the front door, faces out towards Brookside. However, the shortest property line, that abuts a street is technically the front property line.
But essentially where they're adding the garage, it faces 59th Street, but it almost looks like it's to the rear of the house.
Right, and if
way
you would
it's
like me to go to Street View to have a visual representation, I can do that and have
That would
that
be-
as an additional.
That'll be exhibit
exhibit.
number 10. Will be admitted once you bring it up there, Connor. Thank you.
Sure, give me just a second.
And don't forget to share your screen, sir. Thank you.
So this is looking from Brookside. You'll see the front door over there, and you can see the existing detached garage back there, which I believe the applicant had said that they were going to be removing. And then this is how it looks from West 59th.
So the driveway would remain the same.
I believe that is the intention. Would it be remaining the same?
The
or-
driveway would be somewhat widened to accommodate a two-car garage over there. Right now, it's just a single-path driveway.
Would the curb cut be the same, sir? Or are you going to widen the curb cut?
Oh, no.
I mean, we would likely want to widen it just a little bit, but I mean, it doesn't have to be.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. That was not something that was contemplated on the curb cut. I think as long as there's room to get into both bays, I think we're fine.
Any other questions of staff before we ask the applicant to speak? All right, Jason, you're on to tell us why we should approve your request.
Okay. So my wife and I have lived and rented in Brookside for the last 3 years. We've been casually looking for the right home, and we're looking for the forever home. And what we found in Brookside is that we're going to have to make that forever home, which means buying an existing structure and making the required updates to it. This home in particular was built in 1922. And very little in the way of updates have been done to it. The same family allegedly has lived in it for the last 74 years. So therefore, we have a kitchen that I believe is 119 square feet, not of modern times. It does not have a master bedroom suite in it. It just has one shower for all of the occupants in the house to share. So when my wife and I went and viewed the place, we looked at it, we're like, this house has amazing bones. But we would have to make some updates. And the first is obviously the kitchen. We cook a lot in our house. So the idea was to push out the south side of the house to where the existing house is and extend the kitchen, shorten up that porch. It's still going to be a porch on the first floor, but then also extend out the second floor so that we have the ability to create a master bedroom. And add another bathroom to the existing residence. When you do that, the problem that you run into, because you can't go west with the extension of the kitchen because it's a single driveway to the garage, is you have to go south. And when you go south, you lose access to the left bay of the garage. Mind you, this garage has also been there since 1930, and cars have changed quite a bit in those time frames. A Volkswagen Jetta will fit in there. A Volkswagen Atlas, which we do drive, will not. I don't know if it was originally intended as a carriage house or not, or just Model Ts. So the garage becomes an issue in and of itself. So then we started looking at alternatives of what can we do. We would like to have a garage with this, but we would also like to have the kitchen and the master bedroom. So what can we do? So we looked at pretty much every alternative we could think of, right? Obviously, we're not going to be able to build on the Brookside side of the house, right? Because that's the front of the house. We never imagined when we bought the house, the city would consider the north side to be the front of the house, even though there's no traditional ingress and egress on that side of the house. So we never thought we'd be subject to two 40-foot setbacks on this property. And this property, that those setbacks are incredibly punitive on this property because it's not a rectangular lot. It has angles to it. And the setbacks are from the closest place to the house. So that whole corner that's up there on the northeast side is basically unaccounted for land from a setback perspective. And there's really nothing that we can do with it there. And then we've got what would be a 30-foot setback, which limits how far you can kind of push back in that direction. And then we're supposed to have an 11-foot on the west side, 11 and a half feet on that side. So never did we thought we were buying a 14,000 square foot lot and could only build on approximately 1,400 square feet of it. So that obviously comes into play. So we looked at the possibility of, okay, maybe we can move the garage forward towards Brookside and create an entryway off of Brookside into the garage. That becomes problematic because at the end of where the driveway would be, there is a storm drain, a fire hydrant, and a bus stop, which are probably not going to move. The only other option would be to keep the driveway as it stands and to move the garage forward towards Brookside and enter in from the back. Problem with this driveway in particular is, and John has the exact measurements on it, but it's close to 40 yards of one way in, one way out. So you have to back 40 yards down your driveway onto a blind street onto 59th Street. There's no real way to do a turnaround as it stands now where the garage is. So we looked at those alternatives. We can't put it on the front. So now we got to go towards 59th Street as a possibility. We looked at this one. This would allow us to have a 2.5 car garage in the overall plan, but we also realized that this violated the setback standards by a tremendous amount, which is why we proposed the alternative of tucking that garage in, and I think it only sets out, what, 6 feet from the existing porch that's out there? And we do have a plan to convert that porch into 2 home office spaces because we both work from home quite a bit. And frankly, it's not 1922 anymore, and people sleep inside because we have air conditioning and we don't need sleeping porches nearly as much anymore. So we're really just trying to take a beautiful 1922 Brookside home, invest a significant sum of money into it, and bring it up to the 21st century, all while maintaining the neighborhood feel of Brookside that we love so much. And that's why we've been searching there for 3 years.
All right, thank you for that. In proposal number 2 that I don't see and no one else sees, from 59th Street.
Sorry, I thought I was sharing my screen. Let me pull that up.
Okay. I was trying to see how far in the garage goes from 59th Street.
So let me show you. So this is the first plan that all the variances are based off of. That's the alternate.
If you can zoom in on that a little bit to show the difference.
Let me go back to that one. That's the original.
And the second one tucks back into that little crease in the corner of the house there and limits it to a 2-car garage. But it only sticks out, I think it's approximately somewhere between 4 and 6 feet past the existing porch that's out there.
Right.
So I know Connor in his report, he's been great with us and everything else, and he proposes that there could be another detached structure somewhere that would make up for the garage scenario, but we just don't see it. The city's not going to want to remove a fire hydrant, a storm drain, and a bus stop to create a driveway from that perspective. And again, flipping it around is basically going to mean that when my in-laws come over, I'm going to have to go pull their car in and out of the driveway so they don't run into our neighbor's fence, which is partially in our property as it stands now. Half of their half of their block fence is on our side of the property, despite the fact that it continues over across the front of their house.
Right. Before we hear from Kathy, Tiffany, and John.
Yes, my better half. Would you like to add anything?
Is that Tiffany?
Hello. This is Tiffany Kennedy, also one of the homeowners. I think the only thing to note from listening to today's hearings is that the attached garage would have a flat roof. So it would cause, if it causes any, it would be a minimal line of sight from the neighbors. Our neighbors to the west are really our only neighbors because of the size of the lot. Our neighbors to the south wouldn't have any interaction with the back of the lot or the garage. And then one of the other things that we spoke with Connor about is of our 4 neighbors that are within the 300-yard radius, 2 of them now have attached garages. So we are at 50% of our affected neighbors that do have attached garages. And so we would be the 3rd one of the 4 of us in that corner. And I think that's all I would add.
Although I don't know that the one to the house to the west of us is done yet. It was granted a variance by this committee.
It was approved within recent months, so it's probably not completed yet.
They're still in
And
mid-construction.
that's the one at 5914 Brookside? Or is that the one on 59th Street? Sorry.
It's on 59th Street, just west.
I remember
Yeah.
that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Ms. Snow. come us and tell us your concerns.
Well, the letter that I have, which is notarized and where I want to add as an exhibit, the Homes Association opposes these requests for variances, all of them. And what we'd like to have is a continuance so that the neighborhood committee for the Homes Association can talk with the homeowners and work out details, because the placement of this garage especially is going to be right where, if anybody's parking in the garage, could possibly go across the sidewalk, which would force any walkers onto the street, which is not a good idea. 59th Street is a neighborhood east-west route, and at various times of the day can be quite busy. And we oppose all of the requests for variances. I want to formally add this in.
Right, that'll be exhibit number 11, if you want to bring that up, and we will admit that and put it as part of the case file. Thank you, Ms. Snow.
Our overlay district was put in place specifically for these kinds of situations. And actually, we have a 45-foot setback. We think that the whole situation could be worked out with the neighborhood association, given the opportunity to do so.
All right, thank you do you have anything else to add, Ms. Snow?
Not at this
Okay,
point in
thank you.
time.
John, I think you're the architect. Do you want to say anything on this case?
I don't have a lot to add. I think Jason and Tiffany have made their case as well as any. Just talking about their personal circumstances, the search, and all the alternatives that have been explored. My role has been to just help them explore some of these possibilities and just put them on paper in the site plans. And so really, I mean, we're kind of looking for some other guidance on just if these options are not, what the concerns are, and then just what other avenues might be available for other just design alternatives.
And John, do you have any opposition to meeting with the neighborhood association at a convenient
all.
time between you and the homeowners?
Oh, certainly.
May it please the board, this is Tiffany Kennedy. I would like to put on the record, shortly after Jason and I closed on this property, I intentionally emailed the homeowners association, provided our information, told them that we had purchased the property, that we had plans to do some renovations. And so we've availed ourselves to the neighborhood association almost as soon as we closed. And we've gotten no response from anyone that they wanted to meet with us on this project until today.
And I have an answer for that. I do remember that email. The email stated, do we have to get the board's approval for our variances? Well, and renovations can mean lots of things. Renovations typically in this neighborhood are internal to the home, where the home itself, the existing structure can be modified. And yes, neighbors have come with variances. This request is so far out of line with regard to our overlay that we cannot support it. So that request, no, you don't have to have our approval to request a variance, and we do not have to review it beforehand. This one is egregious in terms of how far it puts us out of that overlay. That was done deliberately, where the board members went home by home to request approval or disapproval of this overlay. This is far beyond what was stated in the initial email. We had no details, no data, and no drawings. So our initial information was so limited, we could not otherwise say, yes, you have to bring it to us. Until we know what is meant by renovations, we cannot make such a decision as we have made today.
Thank you, Ms. Snow.
I have a question. This is Maggie Moran. Has the Homes Association seen the alternative plan?
Yes, and that is also way out of our overlay as well. So the answer is still no, we do not support the request. Any of them.
What about your immediate neighbors? Jason and Tiffany?
The ones
The ones
to,
to the west?
this is Tiffany Kennedy. So that's Bridget and Rafiq. They are putting, they're adding a kitchen, I believe, to the back of their property and also adding the attached garage which the board approved recently. We've met them several times. We've exchanged phone numbers with them. Beyond the structural improvements that we want to make, there's also safety issues with the home. Before we can even move into the property, we'll need to upgrade the electrical system completely and replace the main sewer line, which is collapsed in about 12 feet into the yard. So we haven't actually been able to move in. We've just been able to converse with them, as we're checking on the property every couple of days. And they have not expressed any objections to what we've shared with them that we're adding onto the house.
May I speak?
Well, Kathy or Ms. Snow, you gave testimony already. You're against both proposal 1 and proposal 2.
Yes.
So there's nothing further I feel you need to discuss on this.
I will say, as a homeowner myself, I live on a corner. We too have challenges with setbacks. And we did an addition 21 years ago, which were within the setback requirements. Actually, the overlay was not in place when we did that. And yet our architect was very conscientious about all the setbacks. We have a 30-foot setback from our east side. Our home faces
Thank you,
more.
Ms. Snow.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Could we ask, do the homeowners think it would be productive
To maybe come back with continue and maybe come back with a different proposal. Proposal number 1, I feel, is too close to 59th Street. I'm just one board member. The proposal number 2 comes back in somewhat. I'm more agreeable to that, but maybe I'm not an architect or designer, but maybe John and Jason and Tiffany can get together and come up with another proposal that you could bring to us. 2 weeks is probably too quick, but maybe in a month or 6 weeks.
I would just say that we have gone over this. We have gone over this with the builders. We have gone over this with the architect. We've gone over this with basically everybody. And the solution is either this works or you have a one bay garage that the left bay is essentially worthless, or you give up having a functional kitchen. And I mean, we've got people with 50 years of experience in doing construction in Kansas City and specifically in Brookside, and they're telling us this is the best way to go. I mean, it's.
I don't have a problem with the 2-story addition on the south side of the home. It's the garage that kind of bothers me a little bit. So,
May it please the board, this is Tiffany Kennedy. If I can just ask, has the board ever approved a new driveway access off of a main thoroughfare? Is that something the board has entertained previously?
that would not be our decision. That'd be a decision with streets. It's really on a boulevard, so that'd be boulevard standards.
Okay.
So to me, I'm sorry, Miss Tiffany, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
Oh, that's okay.
That's not us to decide that on the curb cuts and new things like that.
Okay, all right. We appreciate that.
I think as a board, we always want neighbors to talk.
I'm sorry, I can't hear very well.
Okay, this is Maggie Moran. I think as a board, we always want neighbors to talk. So I would really appreciate it if we continue it even for 2 weeks for you all to get together and see if there's any agreement that you could reach on the garage. I agree. I think the plan number 2, where it pushes it in, would be preferable for me, and to me doesn't look bad right now, but you know, I know if the neighborhood went to the trouble to get an overlay on it, they probably take that very seriously. And so having talks with them, I think, would be good. And I don't know if that would take 2 weeks or a month.
No, I think that obviously we're 3 weeks out from the February 12th meeting, so I think we can pull that off from there, at least to have talks. I will reiterate, I don't think when the Warnell Homestead overlay was drawn up, it was drawn up to a rectangular lot with a 170-foot side on one side and a 100-foot side on the other side of the house.
Right. Yeah.
And all of these situations to where we've got, I mean, the house is already 10 feet out of code
Right.
on one side. And it's a 14,000 square foot lot with a 1,200 square foot footprint of the actual house. So it's like, I don't think we ever imagined in our mind that 90% of your land is unusable.
Right.
So.
Okay, so board members? Sounds like he's amenable to a get together on February 12th. Do you think that's going to be enough time? I mean,
Certainly from coming up with just another design on my standpoint, that's well within our time frame for redesigning an alternative approach.
and John, Ms. Snow, who you did not hear, said she'd rather wait till February 26th meeting to give everyone time to communicate and hopefully come back with a decent plan. Did you hear that, John?
I didn't, but if, you know, I'm just saying from my standpoint, the 12th is perfectly acceptable, but if other parties prefer to wait till the 26th, then that's, I guess that's your decision.
Right.
Well, we could always do it to the 12th, and they could let staff know if they need a couple more weeks.
Yeah. Okay.
That would be great. You know, just from our perspective, we can't live in the house because we can't flush the toilets, which means we're paying a mortgage and we're paying rent, and we would like to get this process going if it's going to go.
Yep.
If it's not going to go, then we need to make some hard decisions from that standpoint.
Right.
And may it please the board,
I'd
this
rather
is
make them
Tiffany
sooner than
Kennedy.
later.
Sorry, Jason. This is Tiffany Kennedy. I mean, Ms. Snow has vocalized that she herself and the board they're objecting to every single one of the variations. So I'm concerned that any discussions are not going to go anywhere because they are objecting to every single one of the variations we've asked for. So my preference would be the 12th so that we know what decisions we need to make with this property rather than the 26th.
That's great, but I encourage you to get with the Warnell Homestead Homes Association board and vocalize your comments and vocalize your concerns.
And
give
we
them-
will, we absolutely will.
Thank you very much for that. All
The
right.
concerns we've heard here today are about the garage, not
Yeah, really, it's the
I'm
garage.
sorry, I couldn't pick that up, Miss Moran.
This is Maggie Moran. The concerns we're hearing today are about the garage, not the other structures. So
That's my concern, Jason and Tiffany, is the garage issue, how far it sticks out towards 59th. And I know there's a proposal number 2, but I'm not seeing it. So maybe we could have that part of the staff. We're not going to do anything today,
Yeah.
Connor. Don't worry about it. So, board members, I hear a continuance to February 12th, perhaps?
Can I just ask one question real quick?
Yes, sir.
If we make contact and open negotiations and discussions and all that, and we find that the other side is just not negotiating in good faith, can we not extend this space to the 26th? If that's that point.
Yeah, it's your decision,
Okay.
sir. I mean, we've had opposition before.
Oh, I know. I just
And-
want to make sure we're having good faith talks. That's all.
Yeah,
And
but that's not between me and
Right.
you. That's you and me.
I understand.
Okay,
Yeah.
Kathy, thank you.
Um,
All right.
On docket item 14, case 2024 -200, I move that we continue the case till our February 12th meeting.
Second.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you in a couple weeks.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck and
Appreciate you.
we'll see you soon.
You have one item left.
Yeah, might as well. Then we'll go eat lunch.
All right. Docket item number 15 is CD BZA 2024-203, a request to approve a variance to the side setback in an infill residential lot, plus any additional variances on about 0.142 acres, generally located at 6311 Main Street. The staff planner for this case is Stephanie Saldari. If you are someone who's interested in this case, we don't have anybody online. Do we have an applicant?
Yeah, he should.
What's his name?
Christensen.
Christensen?
We don't
Grant?
have him.
I sent him a reminder email last week.
Good. Grant, if you're online, raise your hand.
We don't have anybody.
You got nobody. Got none. What would you like to do?
We could wait until after.
Do you want to take a lunch break and we'll see if he joins us?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay. Well, yeah, and
Take a lunch break.
Yeah, let's go. We're breaking for lunch for till 1:40 is perfect. Recording stopped. Somebody? No. Okay. Dude.
After lunch.
Where's my buddy Connor? Connor.
Yeah, you won't be coming back. You don't need to come back, right?
You're no more Getting lonely out here, Mr. Torres?
Oh, I want the subway.
Are unmuted.
Okay, I'll do it when we don't have Randy, but we have Meyer. Oh, good.
Yeah, I knew carrying this thing around come in handy one day.
This is 12.
12, we're going back to, yeah, Mr. Torrance.
Mark, if you'll give me 1 second, I'm having Jacob send me his updated plan so I can show them to you all.
Perfect.
What about them? What?
Can I unpause?
The Raptors? No. From Queens Vision? No.
I'm just gonna.
I haven't seen anyone show them off, but it's been last week.
No, that's I was actually.
Yeah.
This is
You gotta see me concert.
It's really. Yeah. Music I listened to was way different back then than what I do now.
Thanks.
That was funny, man.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like fun.
I'm scared to do this. I don't know.
Yeah.
At some point, I'm like listening to dancing pop music.
Yeah.
This is the best.
What happened to me?
Yeah, like this is like it didn't. The aggressiveness of it. I was
Yeah.
I'm not the same person, I guess. Yeah.
Sure. So for housekeeping purposes, we're going back to docket item number 12, CDBZA 2024-178.
Good, perfect.
Did we?
Mr. Torres, you're under oath, as you
We'll
know.
go back.
Yes, sir.
Are we back? We recording in progress? I think I heard that.
Recording is in progress.
Okay, so you're back, and tell us about your new proposal.
The new proposal is for a 6-foot tall wrought iron style fence. That is going to be of residential grade. We can, of course, change the grade if needed. I sent over Alex some pictures over the little lunch recess we had. It's a rough superimposed drawing that shows the visibility from curbside facing the building, head on, so you can see into the lot per se.
And to be clear, that's all the way around, or is it just the front part?
I would like to have it, if it's gonna be one style of fence, I'd like to have it consistent. We can provide the vinyl along the side, however, I think that would be kind of conflicting
So do
with
I.
the style.
I don't think that's good. So do we have a picture of that?
This is the updated image.
Oh, I see. Yes.
You can very much see through that fence.
Yeah, definitely.
And
But it's high enough to deter bad people.
Yeah, it's high enough to deter, because if I can get over it, I'm 5'2", I weigh 114 pounds. If I can get over it, the people who are trying to get in there can get over it. It's just more of a what is like a case study, I guess you can say, like a miniature.
Board members, any other questions or comments on this one?
The property owner is good with this.
I'm sorry, it's very faint on my end again.
This is Maggie Moran. Is the property owner in agreement with this?
The property owner wants a 6-foot tall fence. I've proposed this style of fence previously in the past. They told me that because of the City of Independence, didn't want to entertain it. But since today, you guys have told me, hey, this is not part of the City of Independence stuff. This is just Kansas City, strictly Kansas City. We don't have to worry about that anymore. And I'm pretty sure if I were to tell them and explain that to them and say, hey, we didn't get the vinyl fence, but we got a 6-foot tall fence, I'm pretty sure they would be in agreement with it.
Okay.
That's great.
I think it's classier looking.
I mean, it follows the design. If you look at Olathe and stuff like that, that's what they use for their design principle for the city is that style of fence.
So is this a new exhibit?
Yes.
The exhibit number 11?
I think it's.
Yeah.
I would say that the new exhibit would be number 11, the updated staff presentation.
Okay, great. That is admitted.
It's not the cleanest, but it exists and you
Yep.
can kind of use it.
It's great. It's great. Yep. So, board members, questions, comments, motion?
Sure. On docket item 12, case CD BZA 2024-00178, I move that we approve the special exception to allow a 6-foot fence in accordance with the updated staff report and updated site plan in exhibit number 11.
Perfect. Do I have a second to that, someone?
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran. Please call the roll, Sarah.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for staying around and enjoying your Subway sandwich.
I don't have a choice. I wish I could have bread. I can't have bread anymore.
Bread
Bread is beautiful.
Okay, what are we doing?
Now we have item number 15.
Okay,
CDBZA 2024-203, a request to approve a variance to the side setback in an infill residential lot plus any additional variances on about 0.142 acres generally located at 6311 Main Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. The applicant is online. Mr. Christensen, I'm promoting you to panelist. Anyone else? We
seeing
have no
anyone
one
else? Okay. Grant, can you turn on your camera and microphone? Say something. I think I see you, I think. But I can't hear you.
There we go.
Ah, good.
Can you see me and hear me?
Not yet on the scene, yes on the hearing.
There you
Say
go.
something again and see if you can turn on your camera, Grant.
There we go.
I think that's better now. Great. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I, Grant Christensen, do.
Great. Thank you very much. Sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your permission to admit
Yes.
those? And do you have any questions on those?
No.
Okay, great. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Stephanie on your case. Stephanie, please tell us about it.
All right, we got docket item number 15, CDBCA 2024-203, located on 6311 Main Street, Zone R-6, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the infill lot and building standards to permit a smaller side setback for an addition. The purpose of this addition is to enclose the existing cellar stairs. All right, here is the subject site. And highlighted in yellow is the subject site on Main and close to 63rd. And these are just pictures of the site. Over here are the stairs. And because the applicant will build a wall and a roof to enclose this, this is considered an addition and must meet the setback requirements. And this is just a site plan, and back here is where that enclosure will go. And this is just showing the new enclosed stairs. All right, so we have a variance of 1.5 feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a 3.1 foot side setback on the subject site. This is a 32% increase. The requirement is 4.6 feet. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated since the proposed side setback matches the existing side setback, so the house is already non-conforming. But the difficulty cannot be obviated through a change in design. And that concludes my presentation.
Perfect. Any questions of Ms. Stephanie, board members? All right. Grant, why should we approve your request today, sir?
If you think about like old school cellar doors that you just kind of flip open and go to the basement, all we're really doing is putting walls over it and a roof. Unfortunately, I can't change where the house was built in 1920 and then the rules and setbacks that came along after that. We are not extending out past what is the current side of the house, so to speak. We're just building in a safer, more secure entryway into the basement that will be symmetrical with the south side of the house. So the south side of the house has an entryway into the kitchen that actually looks very similar to what we're doing on the opposite side. So the house from the rear will look symmetrical, and it's not encroaching on anything beyond the current side of the house.
A lot of those homes along there are businesses too. Are you next door to a business?
I am next door to a business, yes, which their setback is actually 2 feet or 3 feet, yes.
Is that the dog place?
It is.
Any neighbor opposition, Grant, on your proposal?
No, I haven't had any opposition. I would think they would be receptive and open to adding a better looking rear of the house with symmetry and raising the value of the house.
Okay.
Therefore, the neighborhood.
Board members, any other questions of Grant or comments?
Pretty straightforward.
Yep, I agree.
On docket item 15, KCD BZA 2024-00203, I move that we grant the requested variance in accordance with site plan staff report.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Mr. Hayes, a second by Ms. Moran. Sarah, please call the roll.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright. Aye. Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, Grant. Good luck with it, and thanks for coming before us today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Sure, bye-bye. With that, if there's any other business, seeing none, our meeting is adjourned.
You all have